fulfill their desires, set to waste of existence. Spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires, set to waste of existence.
Anxious earth is rising. Anxious earth is rising. I'm so happy.
We spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires, set to waste of existence. When all along you did belong, set to waste of
Wait, is that thing done? Oh, hey! Hey, Double Tribble here. Welcome to Double Tribble channel. My name is Ron. I live in rural New Hampshire. I'm surrounded by forests and wild animals here. And today we're going to stream about that a little bit. A lot of times I stream about science and technology and film. I'm vegan, so sometimes I stream about that. I guess I'm a variety streamer, right? So this is a live stream on Twitch. So it's not, if you're watching this on an edited, on a something like that, it's not an edited down video, you know. it's going to be scuff, right? It's not, you know, you get it, right? It's a live thing. So you might have to fast forward, you know, scrub the video a little bit to find what you're looking for or whatever. You know how that works. Let's see. What else I got? I made a list of things that I'm supposed to say at the beginning of the stream because I keep forgetting. Let's see. Yeah, live Twitch thing is scuff. Oh, I have dyslexia and social dyslexia. That might come up in this thing. Film, vegan. And I use the vernacular on Twitch. If you're familiar with Twitch, a lot of swearing on Twitch. So I try to throw in a swear word here and there. I try to get at least one or two in a stream. Sometimes I forget, but yeah, we'll see. So if your virgin ears can't handle that, maybe this isn't the stream for you. Maybe this isn't the video for you. All right. I haven't streamed in a while. It's been over 2 weeks, I think. It's been a long time since I streamed. So I don't stream like every day or something like that, like some streamers do. So it's, you know, I got to relearn it each time, basically. I don't have this muscle memory, you know, for all the different technical stuff. It took me 2 hours to get this thing going this morning. So this afternoon, this evening now, right? It's 10 o'clock now, almost. Let me check my time. Make sure my time is right on my computer. Let's see here. What does it say here? It says 1:53:30 UTC. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's right. Because we're on daylight saving time. So my time seems like it's pretty close. And I think I got everything on here technically. My camera is messing up, so it's gonna freeze sometimes while I'm streaming. I still haven't figured that out. In fact, I couldn't even get it going. That's one of the technical reasons I had this morning or this afternoon when I was trying to get my stream going. So expect that. I'll try to watch it, but if it freezes every once in a while, you know. Live, right? This is live stuff. I had between the 2 weeks that I was off, I got a follower, a couple followers. Let's see, I got Mumsy Claire followed me. Thank you, Mumsy Claire. And Sam706 followed me yesterday. Thank you, Sam706, for the follow. I appreciate it. You know what? Let me test my. Oh, something's happening here. Something's happening. Oh, we got a raid. E-Room's raiding. With 12 people. All right. Thank you for the raid, E-Room. And a follow. I got another follower. Synthfan Streams. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And my alerts are working. Oh, another follow. I can't believe this. Charlie Beats. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I'm just getting the stream started here. I haven't streamed in 2 weeks, so I'm, you know, all these technical problems. I'm amazed that my alerts are even working here. E-Room, how was your stream? No, you can't go to the bathroom. You got to talk to me now. All right. We got Big Ducky Snow, Synthfan Streams, Peekaboo Draws. Hi, Peekaboo. Sam706. Again, thank you for the follow. Big Ducky Snow, and we appreciate you, buddy. Oh, I appreciate you guys too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. E-Room. Hi, Double. Hi, E-Room. Let's see. Memloss. Hi, Memloss. How are you? Big Ducky Snow. Synth Fan Streams. I didn't know you were from New Hampshire. I went to high school in Kingston, New Hampshire, near Exeter. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a southern part of, I think southwestern, is it, of New Hampshire? Closer to where Manchester is, I think. Let's see. Big Ducky Snow. Hug. Oh, let me give you a hug, Big Ducky Snow. Let's see here. Did that work? All right, that worked. Big hug for Big Ducky Snow. E-Room stream was incredible. Someone gifted 1,000 gift subs. What? Are you kidding me? Oh my God! Congratulations, E-Room. Wow. Was it anonymous? We'll give him a shout out or something. Peekaboo Draws. Hi, Double. She says hi, Double. Hi, Peekaboo Draws. Big Ducky Snow. A hug for Peekaboo Draws. I'm going, for those of you who are, oh, my camera messed up. This is going to happen throughout the stream because I've got a problem here with my getting read errors. So until I get that figured out, I'm gonna have to watch that. Let's see, Big Ducky Snow hug for Memloss. Did I miss one here? E-Room, yes, I'm kidding. Oh, okay, you're kidding about the gift subs. Okay, all right, that'd be $6,000. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I could use $6,000 right now. Let's see. I'd almost be dead even if I'd still be in a hole. Let's see. How insanely awesome! Congratulations, friend. Okay, Big Ducky Snow thought you were serious too. I don't think E-Room has 1,000 followers. Yeah, who would they gift them to? They'd have to gift them to just random people out on Twitch. Every once in a while, I get a gift sub to somebody I know for sure I have never been to their channel, and I get a gift sub to them. Maybe that's some sort of promotion tactic they use. I'm not sure what's going on there. But that happens sometimes. Peekaboo Draws. No, sus. Okay, yeah, sus. Yeah, that's sus. Let's see what we got here. Laughter. E-Room's laughing. All right, so I think I'm caught up here. Whoops. Oh, Big Ducky Dose is responding to E-Room saying, "Send me some Dairy Queen." Yeah. All right, so I'm caught up on chat. All right, so I got this is a really cool stream today. You guys came at a good time because I got some incredible IRL video on deer around here. And there's a whole story behind it and everything. In fact, I could probably just get to that right now. Let's see. Now it's saying that I'm offline here, which is kind of weird. But I know I'm not offline because you guys are responding to me. I'm gonna reload my page here for a second. So I got this. I got all kinds of wild animals around here. And a couple days ago, I went out. I just went out the front door. It was pretty early, like 4 in the morning, 4:30 or something like that. I went out to get some mail or something. And on the way back, as I was coming in my front door there, just right next to my door, behind some bushes, all of a sudden this little baby deer hops up. Apparently had been sleeping there overnight because we had these big storms and stuff, and jumped up and ran away. And I had my camera with me. That's what it was. I went down to take some pictures of this flooding around here from the storm. It was a really big storm. We got like over 6 inches overnight. It was a big deal. But anyway, I had my camera with me, but my camera wasn't working, and so I'd missed taking a picture of this little deer that was sitting next to the thing. In fact, I do have some images of that. Let me see if I can bring that up here and show you some of these videos. It's incredible. I did get it working after a while. I had this prepared, but then I had to reboot my computer. All right, IRL. Let's see here. Baby doe overnight. Here it is. Okay. All right. So go here. Sorry, this is taking a second. Got to get my muscle memory back on this. There we go. Did that do it? No. No, that didn't do it. Sorry. Oh, I know what I do. I gotta. This is the way. I don't know. For those of you, it's not easy to be a streamer. It's pretty a lot of technical stuff, and I'm a technical person too, you know. And it's still. All right, here we go. I think we got it now. All right, so this is what it looks like on the side of my thing. My landlord hasn't painted this place in 20 years, so this is what it looks like. And you see how all these bushes here are all patted down. And I see this very often. I'll go out here in the morning and I'll see that a deer has decided to nest over here. But this is a little small area here where the deer nested. Just right next to my front door there. So when I was walking in, I didn't even notice the deer, and all of a sudden, as I was walking, it jumped up and ran away. And I didn't know where it went. All right, so I didn't know where it went. So what I did later on, I saw the mother. I was pretty sure it was the mother that was out there, and I got pictures of her. So all right, let's see if I can bring that up. Oh yeah, that's working. Okay, good. So you can see her way out there. I want to zoom in here a little bit. You can see where she is here. Unfortunately, I don't have a zoom lens, but there she is out there. And she was hanging around, and she got closer and closer and closer. Hi, dear. Hi, dear. Hi. And this is even for a deer to be that close. I mean, this is a long ways away. They're really pretty wild around here. They don't if they see you at all, they'll run away, you know. So here's another one. You see that? Yeah. I don't know where she is in this one. All right. Let's see here. But she got closer and closer and closer. Oh, she was hiding underneath the deck. All right, that's. Wait a second here. I got these in here backwards. I think. Oh God, I don't have the pictures, so I don't have the whole story here. Anyway, she got closer and closer and closer, and it turned out that the doe underneath so there they are right there. The doe was hiding underneath my deck as I was standing out there watching this deer. It's just amazing. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? There we go.
Underneath the deck.
I don't know. I got higher resolution too, so you.
Oh, and
you'll be
she's
able to see
thirsty
this a
too.
little
Look at
better.
that. Oh, look at how happy they are.
So what happened was the doe. So here's the story here. Let me explain you the whole thing here. What's going on? So what happened was the when the little doe ran away in the morning, when I disturbed it, it apparently ran around the other side of the house and got underneath my deck, and I didn't know that. And the mama deer was walking really close, and I'm standing out there on the deck, and this deer is like just a few, 50 feet away or whatever, really close to where I'm at. And I thought, God, that's kind of strange. And I thought, okay, this has got to be the mother. She smells the baby, or she knows she's looking for her baby, or whatever it is. But I didn't realize the baby was right underneath my deck. And she just kept walking back and forth. And so I decided to go indoors just to stop, because it was stressful for her, So I went indoors. And as soon as I went indoors, the little baby ran out from under the deck. And the baby was stuck on this side of the fence, and the mama deer finally hopped over the fence, and the baby just ran and just started drinking her milk there.
I'll be. Look at that.
So let me show that. And she was really thirsty. I mean, she just drank and drank and drank. So she went all night without drinking anything, without having any food or anything, which was a long time for a little baby deer,
She hasn't had a drink in almost a full day.
Look at her. She just kept drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. You could see Mama was so happy that she found her baby, And that happens a lot, they'll get separated. That's kind of a normal thing, You know how kids get lost, right? Sometimes, and but they almost always find each other, And the mother was making these calls. They were very low pitched and very low volume. You could barely hear them. I had to be like really close to her to hear it, but it was a very low pitched, kind of a low volume call, which sounds to me like it's designed where her baby can hear it, but predators can't, or something, Oh shit, it didn't transition here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll get to chat in just a second here. Alright, hang on just a second here. For some reason I lost that video. I don't know how much of that you saw. It's very clever. Let's see. Let me go through chat here while I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see. Alright, can deer be rabid? No, I don't think deer can be rabid. Maybe they can. I don't think so. They're too fast to get bitten by anything. So, smart deer. When I see humans, I run away too. I don't know about deer, but street urchins can be rabid. Yeah, humans can get rabies. Yeah. Peekaboo says love. Yeah, that's very. Let's see. Ewan says, I named the deer. I named the deer John. And the doe. No, the doe Jane. Oh, okay.
She was hiding underneath the deck.
Right.
Oh, and she's thirsty too. Look at that. Oh, look at how happy they are.
Because the doe, it's a doe, right? If you name the deer, the mama John, John Doe, you get it right. That's very clever. All right, let me see. I think I can get this.
out there standing
My
right
video's
over her.
playing,
Didn't even
but
realize
it's
it.
not.
That's why she kept coming
Let's see
over.
if it's here. No.
Oh, look at how thirsty she is. Oh my goodness.
Let me try harder here.
She isn't
I
had
can
any
get
had a
this
drink
figured
in
out.
almost a full day.
I may have to restart my video here. All right, it does show a video. There we go. All right. So there. Let me see. I actually have a higher resolution one here. I flipped my camera to a higher resolution. So let me see if I can find that one here. 93. Here we go. This is higher resolution. I think that's playing. Is that playing? No. Oh, it's higher resolution, but it's yeah, my computer system here is kind of struggling with it, but that's okay. I can show you a better picture of them anyway. It won't be it just won't be moving right. You'll be able to see a picture of them there. Yeah, see, it's going to sputter a little bit here because this is it's 27K video. But the drama wasn't over here because so the baby got filled up, got her tummy filled up with milk, but she was still stuck on this side of the fence. It's the way the fence is designed. It's kind of curved. It's kind of it has like a dead end. They can go in one side and then try to go back to where they came and get stuck against this fence, and the mama just hops right over it, no problem. But the baby has trouble getting back over the fence, so we had a big drama with that too. So let me show you that. Let's see if I got that video here. I think I may edit these videos down for into a regular video. Okay, here we go.
She was hiding underneath the
this is pretty cool.
underneath the deck. Oh, and she's thirsty too. Look at that. Oh, look at how happy they are.
Oh my God. We'll get there from here. We got it.
Look at that.
No problem.
I was out there standing right over.
Hang on. We'll get it. Oh my God. All right, we got to shut that off, shut this off, turn this on, flip that over. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back on. Okay, we got something up there anyway. All right. Don't know why they make this so frickin' hard here. All right, there we go. So we got more video here. So the baby finally filled up her tummy and kind of walked around a little bit there. I think you can see that, right? But she was still stuck, Back to that, show you what happened there. So Mama hopped back over the fence and said, "Okay, let's get going, baby." You know, we got to get back into the forest. And, you know, baby naturally wants to follow mom around, but she's stuck. She can't get over the fence. I don't know if you can hear that audio. Oops, what happened there? What did I do? Okay. Oh, I see what's going on here. Oh, there's the baby. Okay, so you see the baby right there? She just kept wandering around, and look at how close I am to her. She's afraid, but she also wants to get over the fence, and she ended up starting looking at me like asking me for help to get her over the fence, you know. She kept walking up to me, and she kept making her little baby noises there and stuff. Whoops. Hope you can see that. And she actually tries to hop over the fence and gets stuck. Then, you know, doesn't, just bumps into the fence.
Come on, you can do it. Just hop over the fence there. Go on.
And she
Jump.
just kept running back and forth and
Jump,
back
you
and
can
forth.
do it. Just hop over the fence. Go on.
And eventually she comes right up to me.
Jump.
I mean, really close to me, you know, like help me get over the fence, you know, which is just really weird, you know, because they're
No,
afraid of
jump over the
humans. They're
fence.
supposed to
Go
be
on.
anyway.
You can do it.
I don't know if there's a.
Come on, you can do it. Jump. Go on, jump.
Oops, and yeah, there's Mama
What are you
out
doing?
there.
Want some help? Huh?
Look at her. She comes right up to me
Want some
here.
help? Oh, it's
Like,
okay.
help me, you
Jump.
know, help me get over
Jump
the fence, you know.
Go on. You can do it. Jump over the fence. You need some help? Huh? You probably kick me in the face if I tried to help you. Oh, it's okay. You can do it. Jump. Jump. Yeah, you're getting a running start there.
She
but
took
you can-
she took a run at it, tried to jump.
You want me to help you? How I don't know how to help you. I could try to pick you up and put you over, but I don't think that would help. No, I don't think that's gonna help. You'd just run away from me if I tried to pick you up. Would you? Huh? I think so. Your mama's pretty upset. Look at her. She's saying, "Oh man, that doesn't look good." Come on. You gotta jump, little guy or girl, whatever. You do.
Look at her, how close she comes, you know. She's like, it was almost like she was asking me to help her get over the fence.
Okay, I'm gonna go back inside and let you guys figure it out because I'm gonna.
Okay, this is
No,
so.
don't
This is
go
when
away,
I
don't
this is
go
when I
away,
went
no,
back
no,
inside.
no.
So, okay, so, all right. So I went back inside, and that's when the well, yeah, I went back inside, and what I did is I went and I got a chair to help them, to help her. Let's see. All right, let me go through chat here, and this does have the story does have a good. I got more video here, and it does have an ending. I'm not gonna say what the ending is. I don't want to spoil the story. Let's see. Oh, where did I leave off on chat here? Okay. The Big Ducky Snow says, I get subs to channels I only went to on a raid. Yeah. But I try to find the gifter and thank them. Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if it, I thank them when it happens, contemporaneously. If I'm there and I see it, then I'll thank them, on stream like that. But I don't usually go back and whisper them or something with a thank you. I usually don't do that. Let's see. Eram says nice. Big Ducky Snow says aw. Okay, I'm repeating some of these here. Wait a second. I'd name the deer doe. Okay, that's very clever. Maybe build a small exit ramp. Yeah, that's what I did. I'm gonna spoil a little bit. I did. I put something out there to help her get over, but it didn't help. All right, let me go to the video here. All right.
Here you go. Come here. Come on.
All right, so here's what I did. I'll show you in just a second what I did. Oh my God. This is so hard. There we go. All right, so this is what I did. I went out there and I grabbed a chair and put it out in the corner for the deer. All right, so then we wait for the deer to come. I think I have an echo on my audio here. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I've got an echo. Okay, there's the little deer. You see her? Let me zoom in here. So she I think she understood or something. She kind of figured out. Or at least she knew that was something new there, that chair. I'm sorry for the echo on the audio. I don't know why it's doing that. Uh-oh, something going on here. Something's happening. All right, what happened here? We got a raid. Oh, a raid. Oh, Zacap. Is that? Wait, raider from Zacap. Wait, okay, wait a second. We've got something. I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties, guys. Zacap. Thank you for the raid, Zacap. I'm showing some virtual IRL videos. Just videos that I took around here at the house.
Here you go. Come here.
And I'm trying to figure out why I have an echo on my on my audio here. Let's see, we've got Cat Corraller. Welcome in, Cat Corraller. And we got Pete the Feet one. Welcome, Pete. And appreciate the raid, Zacap. I think my alert happened, but I don't know how. Oh, there it is with 8. Okay. Now this says a Zacap. Is that a different? Is that like an alternate channel that you use? Zacap. I'm not sure what that is. And Cat Corraller gives a bunch of emotes. Thank you for the emotes, Cat Corraller. Okay. Raider from, okay, Pete the Feet says yeah, okay. For gaming, got it. Okay. Yeah, I hope this audio isn't too irritating. It sounds like I'm in a large large stadium or something. Gaming chill philosophy chatting channel. Okay, got it. Great. Yeah, I wish I had enough. If I did another channel, I would have zero people watching. I have trouble getting just a few dozen people to watch. So anyway, let me get back to what we're doing here with this thing. I hope your gaming was fun. Wait, we got Cat Corraller, philosophy farting. Okay. So we're telling a story here about this deer that got the little baby deer we had a storm. The baby deer got separated from its mother,
Here you go.
and she got lost. So I had to come out here and put a chair out there. Let me bring that up here. Let me get my video conglomerated here. So I put a chair out for the little baby deer. The deer wasn't able to get back with its mother because it was stuck on couldn't hop over the fence. So I put the chair out there for the little baby deer to try to hop back over the fence. And the baby deer understood that it was, I think it kind of understood that I put that out there for it. But it was too afraid to go near the chair because it was strange, you know. Had my smell on it and all that. All right, here she comes. She'll come back in just a second here. There she goes. So she gets the idea that she's supposed to use the chair to hop over the fence, but she's too afraid of the chair to go to it. Look at it. So she runs away.
It's okay. I put it there for you.
All right. So let's continue the story here. It does have an ending. There's an ending to the story. Whoops. There she goes. She tries to run up again. She can't get over the fence. The mama's just on the other side of the fence there out in that field. She tried to. All right. So let me bring up the next video. Next video has more. Here, let me put me on there so you guys see what I look like. All right. I haven't streamed in a couple weeks, so I'm trying to get my muscle memory back here. All right, here we go. Another video. More video of this little guy trying to do its thing here. I think I'll scrub this one because this is like 26 minutes. This video, I don't want to. See if I can scrub it and find some. Here we go. Okay, so I moved the camera, got a different angle on it, so I could try to show the mother. So it's still trying to hop over the fence. It's just going crazy now. Right, I'm going to scrub through this and try to find the points where she's doing her thing here. Sorry for the echo on the audio. I don't know why it's doing that, but all right, let's scrub this video here. I think I'm going to edit this video down and actually put it up on YouTube because it's kind of a cute little story, the whole thing, you know, about the baby getting separated from the mother during a storm, you know, and then they get reunited, but then they get divided again because the baby gets stuck on behind the fence.
Go around.
And now watch what happens here. It gets what I tried to do here now was the way this fence is set up here is it runs all along back here. Can you see my cursor? No, you can't. Let me see if I can make my cursor visible here. Capture cursor. There we go. Okay, what did I do? Jesus. All right, there we go. All right, can you see the cursor now? There it is. Okay. So the fence runs all along back here, and then runs in front of that house there, and goes all the way out here, and goes all the way out to the driveway here, and then comes back in. See, it runs along here, the driveway there, and then it comes back in. So what happens is, the mama and the baby, this happens a lot. Almost every year this happens. The mama and the baby will wander out here in the street somewhere, whatever, at night, and they'll get over here on this part of the yard, you know, and then they'll head back this way towards here, and then they're stuck. You know, they want to go back into the forest here, and they can't get back in because they're stuck the way that fence is laid out. So this happens a lot. So the deer's stuck, and so I thought, okay, I'll try to scare it back around this to the driveway and back around again, but that didn't work. Watch what happens. Hey, it made it.
All right, I knew you could
got
do it.
scared enough and got a running start there, and it made it back in. And so
now you got to get over that other fence, which is even higher.
We had a
good luck with that.
but now here's the bad part again. Now they're stuck inside of the corral, inside the fence here. This fence is here to keep donkeys and sheep and stuff in. And so now both of them are stuck inside the thing. The mama can hop over the fence whenever she wants to, but now the baby's stuck inside here, inside the fence again. And the fence is a little bit taller on the other side there towards the forest, most of it.
Yeah, now you're inside the fence.
So now the baby is just going crazy again. running
Alright,
back
Mama,
and
come
forth.
get
I
her.
don't know. You can't see that very well here. Let me see if I can zoom that in here. Digital zoom here. There it is. You see it way out there? It's kind of hard to see. Okay, there it is. So it's running back and forth. Yeah, I wish I had a camera with a zoom. Sorry. It's kinda... Anyway, so that went on for a long, long time, right? It's running back and forth. Let me scrub this video a little bit. It just kept doing that. Kept going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it was stuck. And the mama's just on the other side of the fence there calling to the baby, and the baby's calling the mom. It's, you know, very dramatic. Yeah, you see the mom back there, see? Let me scrub the video a little bit more here. So this is like this segment right here is like 26 minutes, where this baby's just going back and forth and back and forth. Let me see here. Oh, okay. So what? So I finally decided to go out there and open up the fence. Right. So I took my little wire cutter or whatever and went out there and decided to cut open that fence. And while I was doing this, I didn't notice, but apparently while I was doing this, the little baby got even more scared that I walked out there and went way into the corner there, and there was one spot in the corner there where there was a little hill or a little bump in the dirt or whatever, and the fence was a little bit shorter, and it hopped over. So while I was doing this, it hopped over the fence and got out. And as soon as it hopped over the fence, the mama ran across here. I don't know if I have that here, but anyway, they got back together. That's the end of the story. But I ended up prying open that fence and leaving it, and then had to go back and repair the fence again. So that's what happened. Let's see. I had another I have another segment here, another video, and I don't know why I've got that one. Let me look at it here. I don't know why I have this one. It's me fixing the fence. I don't know why I did. I took a picture of me fixing the fence. Let me see why I put that up here. Maybe there's something. No, it's just me fixing the fence. I thought I had more deer pictures there. I guess not. So anyway, that was a little story. I'm going to try to edit that down and put it up on, make a real video out of it. Put it up on YouTube or something. Put music behind it. I don't know. It's kind of a cute story. So that's my IRL. I've got a whole bunch of IRL videos here. I have a brook that's like just not even 50 yards away from the house here, and when we had that big storm, this brook got flooded. Let's see if I can show that. It wasn't totally flooded, but hear it? Yeah, you can hear it rushing. It's really loud. This is in the morning, about I don't know, 4 in the morning or something, 5 in the morning. In the summer here, it gets light pretty early. We're pretty far north. So you see all the water rushing through that culvert there from the rain. Look how fast. This brook. I've got pictures of it when it's normal, but this is like, you know, it's twice as wide as it normally is now. And you can see some of the when it gets really flooded like that, you end up seeing trees right in the middle of the brook. Wow. You know, there's part of the road that got washed away from the flooding. You can see it's going around all around those trees, and sometimes the trees will just fall right into the brook. Here's a tree right in the middle of the brook. I don't know if that's a branch of a tree. I don't know what that is right there, but it's a tree and right in the middle of the brook. But this brook is not a big. It's not like a river or anything. You know, in the middle of summer, sometimes this thing will go completely dry almost.
Yeah. It's all
It really floods everything. You get branches coming down. In the early spring, during the snow melt, when the ice starts to break up, the little icebergs, you know, or whatever, little chunks of ice will flow down there, and they'll sometimes bump into each other and make an ice dam. And then that will cause a bunch of flooding. You know, the ice will get the chunks of ice will bump into each other, and then they just keep piling up, and they call that an ice dam. And then when that happens, it makes a dam, and then all that snow melt that comes down will just flood the whole area. It just makes a big mess. Let me see if I got. I have a couple pictures of this. That. These are just little puddles, but it's just another angle of the thing, another part of the brook. 100 feet up. Something's underneath there that's got stuck. You see that little ripple there. I don't know what that is. A rock or a branch or something over there. It's never flooded where it like came up and flooded my house at all. The little house that I'm living in there. Let me see if I can find another one here. Oh, here's one over a bridge. So I think with this I'll get to chat in just a second here. This is going through the bridge. I'll show you some. I'll show you some pictures of it when it's not flooded, and you can see what different it is. All right. All right, so that was. Let me catch up on chat here. Pete Defeat says, "I remember coming here on a Zach App raid ages ago." Oh yeah, yeah. Zach App was, I think, was my first. Maybe I think my first raid I ever got, I think, was from Zach App. So that was very cool. You were just starting. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was just getting started. And it still seems like I'm just getting started. I've been doing this for over a year now. And I still haven't figured it out. Looks like a nice day. And we got some cool deer emotes and stuff from Cat Corraller. And Zakap says, "Got to get a dedicated board of wood or something for the occasion." Maybe, yeah, maybe, yeah. I should build something, but they figure it out. They always figure it out. It's kind of stressful for them, though. You know, that's for a little baby to figure that out. You know. Urim says, "Nice one." Peekaboo draws applause. Thank you, Peekaboo. Cat Corraller. Pet. Cat Corraller, is the flooding getting worse, or is rainfall getting more rare? It's the weather is definitely different. We definitely have climate change. We noticed that. I think we're getting on average. I think we have less snow. I know the snow plowers, the people who drive the snow plows. You know, they're not making as much. I don't think, and. Yeah, it's like right now. We're middle of June right now. This is the longest day, right? We're coming up to the longest days of the year, and it's 15 degrees outside. You know, 15 Celsius. So it's it's kind of weird. We live close to a flood zone. This is Cat Corraller says we live close to a flood zone. But luckily, we're housed atop a hill. Oh, that's good. Yeah, high ground. Yeah, high ground's good for during a flood. Kekrel says we get more intense storms. Yeah. The weather is really different. Yeah, I think we get less snow, and it's not like it's getting warmer. I don't notice, but it's different. You know. I'll show you a video of the storm. Let's see if I have anything. Here's a guy fixing the damage on the thing. I'll show you that. Cool to see the machinery working. This is the guy who's fixing the. Yeah, I walked out here. This guy came with the little backhoe. This guy from the Department of Transportation in New Hampshire, whatever, was here, and he was fixing that thing. And as I walked out there, he stopped his backhoe and got out to talk to me. I didn't get that. I didn't put that in because he didn't have his permission, you know. But I asked him about it. What I wanted to do was walk further down here because when we get ice dams, just around this bend here in this road, it gets all flooded. The houses get flooded and everything. So I thought I'd walk down there to see it was flooding. But I asked him, and he said, "Nah, there's no flooding." So I didn't bother going out there. So he was a really nice guy. Everybody here in New Hampshire is really nice. It's a good place to live if you're looking for a place to live. Unfortunately, everybody's coming here right now. We have a weird situation going on right now. There's the libertarians, you know, the motto in New Hampshire is "Live free or die." that's the motto here. You know, live free or die. So freedom is good, right? It's good to be free. But there's the libertarians had this thing. What I forget what they called it. It was like a mass migration. All the libertarians in the United States, they got this idea that they would. I'm sorry for the echo here, but I don't know what to do about it. I don't know where it's coming from. So all the libertarians decided that they would move to New Hampshire and try to set up their, you know, their utopia or whatever in New Hampshire. And they had this idea that where everybody would sign up for this thing, and then once they got 20,000 people who agreed to move, then it would trigger this mass migration. And so that happened. And so we're getting a lot of new people moving to New Hampshire. And the problem is, in addition to just generally in the U.S., we're not building enough houses, and you know, the rents are going up. So the rents are going up all over the United States, but they're especially going up in New Hampshire and the New England area because all these people are moving here. So it's a big pain in the butt. It's messing me up really bad because I rent. So, and I'm retired, and so it's just a big hassle. Anyway, so that's that's something that happens. I'll show you a video of what that what that brook looks like normally. Let's see if I can find one here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, this is. Oh no, wait, that's not it. Oh, this is okay. This is the brook along the. This is kind of interesting. I'll show this one. This is a video of the brook along the Appalachian Trail. You've probably heard of the Appalachian Trail. Have you heard of that? I'm sure you've heard of that, right? In the United States, people have heard of it, but maybe not otherwise. Hang on a second. Let me get this hooked up. There we go. All right. So this is what the brook looks like along the Appalachian Trail. This is a couple miles further up from where I am, but not too much further up. But you can see how it's just a little bit, and that's what it normally looks like. So you can see what a difference that is. So that's what it looks like normally. So it's quite a big difference, you know, when it's flooded like that. Let's see if I got any more IRLs here. Interesting stuff that's been going on. Oh yeah, you're talking about weird weather. Here's here's some weird weather. This is in April. April 19th. And we got snowflakes coming down. I mean, we do. It's not totally unprecedented to have snow. I mean, we've had snow even in May, I think. But this is kind of weird, getting snow in April. You know. It wasn't that much. Sometimes it'll actually coat. You know, we'll get a coating of snow in April. That's kind of weird, though. Let's see. Cat Crawler says it's very warm still for us despite this time of year. Where are you at, Cat Crawler? If you're still around. Let's see. Very Australia. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're so. Let's see. It's so it should be pretty cold right now, right? It's very warm still for us despite this time of year. Yeah. So it should. Yeah. Yeah. In Australia, June should be very cold for you right now. Yeah. Makes sense. Let's see if I got any other cool videos here. Oh, here we go. Jacobs Brook. Okay, this is the exact scene that I was showing just a second ago from the same angle, so you can see what it looks like. I gotta click it about 4 or 5 times here to get it to come up. There it is. Okay. This was, of course, it's not green. This was much earlier. This was back in April. So this, plant life hadn't come back yet from the winter. But this is the same exact angle that I was showing you earlier. That second angle. And you can see what a difference it makes. You can see the rocks and things and everything in the brook. When it was flooded, it was going all around all these trees and stuff. So it's quite a big difference. And sometimes it'll get completely dry where you can just walk across it. All right. You want to see a giant anemometer? This is kind of interesting. I built a giant anemometer. A wind gauge. I took a hill hoist and put it on a pole and put some bearings in there and stuff, and then I attached these little colanders that I got from the dollar store, attached them to the hill hoist, and then when the wind blows, this thing turns around. And I actually, inside this little section right here, I had hooked up a photo sensor and hooked it up to a little microcontroller, and I was able to actually measure wind speed with this thing. Unfortunately, the location here where we're at, it's surrounded by hills and stuff like that, and the wind is it's not a very accurate place to actually measure wind, And then I thought just because that wasn't, using this as a clothes dryer and an anemometer wasn't enough, I also put a little bell, a little gong on this thing. So every time it goes around, that little clip hits the top of this arm here, which moves this little hammer that hits this gong. This is the top of a frying pan that I stuck here, but it makes a really cool gong sound when you hit it with a hammer. So I hooked that up. I hooked that up as kind of like during COVID. I wanted to have a bell or a gong go for every person who died, and I've never caught up with the number of people who died from COVID with this thing spinning around. I figured it out. It's never going to catch up with the number of people who died from COVID every time it hits. And I actually use this to dry my clothes. I don't use a clothes dryer at all. Yeah, don't use a clothes dryer. That's not a good thing to do. Don't use it. Don't use electric or gas clothes dryer. You just hang your clothes outside, or if the rain's not good, hang them inside. But God, don't waste energy on a clothes dryer. Clothes dryer is one of the worst things for using up energy, you know, and it's just wasteful. There's no reason to do it, you know. Oh, this one's great. This is really funny. This is a little bit of New Hampshire culture here. This one here. You like this one? Shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Hang on. We'll get this. I gotta actually start the video. Then we gotta. All right, there we go. All right, so here's so this is my little car, a little electric car I got here. It's got a 16 kilowatt hour battery in it. 16 kilowatt hours. That's how big it's a little teeny little car. Gets 5 miles per kilowatt hour, and we're at a dollar store, right? So it's a dollar store this is in Vermont. I'm right next to the border. So we're at a dollar store in Vermont, and I'm parked there with my little electric car. We've got monster trucks parked at a dollar store in rural Vermont. So that gives you a little feel for the cultural diversity. We don't have much racial diversity, but culturally, quite a variety of different viewpoints. So I thought it was kind of. Apparently they were having some sort of a event or something. There's a little fairground near there, and they're having some sort of an event. And they ended up starting these things up and driving them off. Let's see if I've got that. I'm going to scrub this here. There it is, yeah. That's monster trucks at a dollar store. All right. That's kind of interesting. Let me look at chat here. Very serene and serene. Yeah, that's a very cool place there. Memloss, is this GTA? Yeah, real life GTA. And he laughs at that. Him lost room. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny there. And then the contrast with me and my little teeny electric car, you know. And we have both. There's a town right, Hanover, where the Ivy League. We got an Ivy League college right near here, Dartmouth, and they're very liberal. The liberal. They're very progressive. I guess is the current term now for that, right? In Hanover, and so there are a lot of people driving electric cars. They bought all their Teslas before Tesla went wacko, you know. But it's a lot of electric cars in Hanover. But then on other places very close to here, like at Bradford, where I was there at the dollar store, then it's more mixed up, more different people, you know, and stuff. So it's just culture. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, racially, it's pretty much pale around here, you know. Unfortunately, it is changing a little bit, but it's just, you know, historically, there's been segregation, you know. So, but it is slowly changing. Let's see if I got any more. I don't think I have any more. I got a lot of videos here, but I don't. They're kind of boring. It's like some of them are boring. I'm trying to pick out the ones that are the best. Tributary, small quartz. Okay, I was just taking pictures. Although a lot of these I've already showed on previous streams. Let's see. I got little squirrels and chipmunks. You guys like squirrels and chipmunks and crows? Those are kind of long videos. Here's a shorter one. Let's see here. What I do is I put peanuts out there for these for the little critters, you know, for the birds and the squirrels and chipmunks and all that. This little area here, I've got bird feeders that I put up on a line so the bears can't get to them, and I have them on a rope, right, on a line, and then I lower them and put bird feed in them and then raise them back up again. But they spill over, you know, and plus I put peanuts on the ground for the crows, and then the squirrels and the chipmunks come and get them. And this is let's see, this is June. This is earlier this month, a week or so ago. And these squirrels here are these are young ones, baby ones. This is their first year. They came out just recently. And so they're still trying to figure everything out, you know. They're young little baby squirrels, just, you know, they fight with each other and just trying to figure everything out, you know. It's fun to watch those baby squirrels. And the crows, we got baby crows. I wasn't sure if they were gonna happen or not, because we had some pretty weird weather. It froze here. We had a hard freeze pretty late, and but we got some crows, two sets of crows. So I think 4 more new baby crows. And they're just trying to fledge right now, and I'm gonna try to get pictures of them. They haven't come. The parents haven't let them come to this area over here yet. For some reason, they don't. The parents are worried about this area because foxes come through and stuff like that. So they're very protective of their babies, and they haven't let them come over to here yet. But I'll try to get pictures of them if I can, because they're fun to watch too. Little baby crows. The squirrels are just crazy too, you know. This is if you're familiar with my stream, at the end of my stream, I always show squirrels running in a circle, and this is the area where that happened, where I took that video of the squirrels running in a circle. Was that chipmunk? Yeah, there it is. The chipmunk. See him? See him there? I don't know if you can see him. Let's see him there. Right up there. There he is. You see him right there. The chipmunk. Those chipmunks will take peanuts right out of my hand. If I'm really patient, I go out there and just put it out of my hand. They'll come right up to me and take a peanut out of my hand. And they're so fast. They're just, it's funny, the crows could easily eat one of them, you know. Could kill them and eat them very easily. Except that the chipmunks are so fast, and their reaction time is so much faster than the crows that they don't even, they'll walk right up to the crows, you know, and walk around the crows. They don't even care because they're so much faster. It's almost like you know, you see these science fiction films, you know, where you got the superhero that goes, you know, 1,000 times faster than everybody else, and everybody's like they're still. That's kind of what the world's like for those little chipmunks, you know. Everything, all the other animals are like standing still to them, you know, and they just like those squirrels. Those squirrels could easily kill that chipmunk, except the chipmunk is so much faster than the squirrels even. So they don't, it's not the big deal to them. You know, the squirrels start coming at them, and for the chipmunk, it's like the squirrels coming at them at slow motion, you know, and they just run away. It's really funny. Some birds are like that too. It's their temporal acuity is very, very acute, you know, and they're like on a different plane, completely different temporal plane, you know. Okay, so I'm lowering those feeders so I can put stuff in them. Here. Okay, that's it. I guess I stopped the thing. All right. So that was squirrels and chipmunks. I have so many videos. I have hours and hours of those guys. The squirrels and chipmunks and crows. Just a whole ton of them. All right. Oh, I had a northern flicker here too. That was one that was kind of got a picture of him, but that's okay. I don't think I have anything else in here that's spectacular. So I guess that's enough IRL. All right, next on the agenda today, I want to just go through a bunch of random stuff that I've come across. And this I don't have planned out very well, so it's going to get even more scuff. But I did bookmark a bunch of stuff here to try to think about. Let's see what this is. I don't even remember what this is. Oh, this is very cool. This is okay. This is a bird. Or no, I guess I thought they released this on Creative Commons, so I'll have to do fair use of this thing. That's okay. Figure it out. So we got a video here from Cornell Lab of ornithology. So let me get that hooked up here, and we'll look at that. This is just a YouTube video out there. But there's this bird and the deal with the bird. Let me explain what the deal with this bird is that its wings have like overlapping feathers or something like that, and they can bring their wings all the way back and hit them together. But when they hit them together, there are like ribs or different feathers that bump into each other, kind of like a cricket. And so this bird, it can beat its wings so fast that it makes a sound that's what was it, 1400 hertz sound or something like that. Anyway, here, I'll play this for you. It's just amazing. This bird, this sound that it makes just by beating its wings together. Hear that? That's just his wings beating together. Isn't that amazing? That just blows me away. That little bird can make that sound. Anyway, that was something I ran across, and I just thought it was so amazing. I wanted to share it. So the wings are actually beating at 100 beats per minute, but that tone is, I think, like 1400 or something like that. It's much higher. Maybe they say it here in the video. I can give you some actual information here. So yeah, it says it strikes the wings together at 107 times per second to create the buzzing sound. But they don't say what it sounds like about 1400. That sounds about right, 1400 hertz. But isn't that amazing? Animal world is just crazy. Let's see what else I get here on interesting things. Oh, heat pipes. You know how heat pipes work? This is pretty amazing. That's not amazing, but it's interesting. Heat pipes are they use them inside computers, inside your laptop computer and stuff like that. It used to be that they just stuck a big hunk of aluminum onto your CPU, and that's how they dissipated heat. But the CPUs have gotten more and more and more and more transistors in them, and they run faster and faster, so they're making much more heat now. So what they got to do is they use these heat pipes to transfer heat away from the CPU. So like here's the chips. Like here's the CPU presumably, or a graphics chip, and they stick this heat pipe on it, and then they bring the heat. These heat pipes are very efficient at moving heat away from things, and then they move the heat to another location here, that with another heat sink and a fan, and then they can dissipate the heat that way. And the way the heat pipe works is just so interesting. It's surrounded by copper, but inside it's hollow. It's like it's not just a hunk of copper. The copper is on the outside here. Can I click on that? Yeah. The copper is on the outside of this heat pipe. And on the inside, this part here is a wick. Did I have that right? Yeah. This blue part here is wick. It's like a fabric. And what that does is it uses capillary action to move a fluid, which is just water, I think is what they use in there. Maybe water with some kind of, something to keep it from, to keep it sterile or whatever. And so there's a wicking action on this thing, a capillary action that moves the water. But then there's, they put a partial vacuum inside this thing. Once they get it all assembled, they pull a lot of air out of it and make it a partial vacuum. So the water will evaporate or vaporize at a lower temperature. So they got this thing set up so that on the end that they want, where the heat is that they want to dissipate, it heats up, the water vaporizes, and then just naturally flows in this inner part here of this thing to the other end. And then when it gets to the colder part of the tube, it recondenses. And when it recondenses, the water condenses onto this wick. And of course, when it condenses, it releases heat, and when it vaporizes, it absorbs heat. Right? That's how fluids work. And so when it condenses, it releases the heat and so the heat goes out to the copper here and out to whatever, fan or whatever they're using to get rid of the heat. But then when it gets deposited onto the wick, then capillary action of the wick moves it back over to this end again, where it gets vaporized again and absorbs heat. And it's basically an air conditioning system, all without using any energy. It's a complete passive air conditioning system, which is just amazing. I think they should use this inside, homes and stuff like that. I don't know what applications they're using it for. The only one I know about is inside computers, but I think this would be cool to work inside a home, right? If you wanted to cool your home, you could have this portion of a giant heat pipe or something, or multiple heat pipes inside your home, and in this other part outside where it could be blown with a fan or just naturally, blown with the air or whatever. I think that would be a very energy efficient way to cool your home. Oh, here they are. They're using it to, they're using it here to keep the ground frozen because they, for whatever reason, from engineering reason, they wanted to keep the ground frozen. So there are other applications for it here. And this is what it looks like actually. It's got a copper on the outside, and here's the wick, and then a hollow inside where the vapor flows through it. So that was kind of a cool thing. Let's see if they've got more applications here. Applications. Okay, they got a whole bunch of them. Spacecraft. Oh, here's a real weird looking one. Spacecraft, computer systems, we know about solar thermal. Oh, okay, so this would be heat pipes are also widely used in solar thermal water heating applications in combination with evacuated tube solar collector arrays. Okay, so it's for collecting heat from the sun. Okay. Permafrost cooling, right? That's what we just looked at. Cooking. First commercial heat pipe product was the Thermal Magic Cooking Pin, developed by Energy Conversion Systems and sold in '66. So they've been around a long time. Wow. Cooking pans used water as the working fluid. So, ventilation heat recovery. So they want to recover heat. They could use those. Nuclear power conversion. What the heck is that? Let's see. Cooling systems for nuclear power cells. Oh, okay. In space. Okay, there's another space application. There are quite a few different things. The rotary engine. We're done with combustion engines now, though, so nobody cares about that. Heat exchangers. So, yeah. So that's kind of cool. So that was something I learned. I thought it was very, very interesting that the way those things work. They passively do something that normally, like an air conditioner or whatever, would be required to do. Let's see here. Oh, I know what I got. Twitch. There we go. Okay, so now I can see my chat here again. If it reloads. All right, let's see what's going on in chat. Any AI news? Oh yeah, lots of stuff going on in AI. Yeah, Memloss, yeah, a lot of things going on with AI. Wow. Okay. Let's see if I've got something on AI here in my list. And the things that I bookmarked here. Maybe not. I don't know. Candid Camera. No. There has been some stuff though. What was new on AI? Let me look through my history here. I'll just look through my history of my browser here and see if there's anything that sparks some memory here. I'll search for AI. I'll just search for AI in my history. I've been having a lot of heated discussions with people, on YouTube and stuff, Oh, here's one. This streamer Sabina Hoffenstetter. You may have heard of her. She's a science streamer who's gotten kind of wacky lately. But she did one where the mathematicians are panicking because I guess the latest model from Anthropic now, or OpenAI, which they haven't released yet, apparently is able to solve basically all of these math problems. You know how mathematicians, they've got this, they have these problems in math, real high level shit, where they're, things like, try to prove this thing or whatever, and they can't figure it out. And it's, some of these problems have been out there for 100 years, and they can't figure them out. But apparently, this newer version of OpenAI's ChatGPT version, whatever, is figuring these things out now. Some of these math problems, and the mathematicians are freaking out, just like everybody else. Virtually every professional, anybody who works in a knowledge industry of any kind, any academic or professional or programmer or anything, are all freaking out from this AI, you know, because it's going to take their jobs, you know. So it's so there's a lot of stuff going on out there with that. Let's see. No, here's a guy who did a thing on. He's a birder, right? And so he's on YouTube, and it's a typical story, right? You got somebody who's a YouTuber who's, you know, finally got their following up enough where they're making videos, and maybe they're, you know, they quit their regular job, their day job, and now they're doing videos right on YouTube. And so AI comes along, and you got all these people who have just set up an AI agent that does nothing but pump out videos, you know, AI created videos, and just throw them out there en masse, you know. And so all the YouTubers are upset about that, you know, calling it slop and all this kind of stuff. And so they're you know, they're freaking out about it. Anyway, this one guy, this birder, does bird videos, you know, talking about, he does these little 4 or 5 minute videos about something about birds, you know, oh, birds, you know, crows do this, or you know, just YouTube videos. And so he did this video about, oh, don't be fooled by these AI videos, you know. So it's my position on AI right now, anyway, at least, is that it will free a lot of people from doing work that they might not like to do, you know. The problem is that when that happens, then people still got to make money somehow, you know. You know, if everybody loses their job, that's not going to work. So we need something where everybody gets their needs taken care of somehow, you know. And but it's such a different thing than what people are used to. People are used to, you know, you do the work, you get the money, right? That's how it's been worked. That's how we've done it for a long time. But if AI comes in, and then especially when you team that up with robotics, not only is it just the knowledge workers, but it's all workers. You know, they say plumbers won't be replaced, but yeah, plumbers will be replaced too by robots eventually. So it's all the jobs will potentially virtually all of them will be replaced by AI, which is the way I look at it is like, okay, here's the deal. Bad news is the AI is going to take your job. You won't have your job anymore. You won't have to have a boss telling you what to do 8 hours a day. You know, that's the bad news. The good news is you get paid anyway, right? If we have some sort of UBI or something like that. The problem is that, you know, this AI is coming. It's taking everybody's jobs, but the politicians are not fixing the problem. They're not helping people with their needs, and you know, the people who are getting laid off. And it's not, and it doesn't just affect the people who lose, you know, the programmers or the people who are losing their jobs right now. It just doesn't affect them, because as the jobs start to get replaced, all those programmers and everything else are going to look to be doing something else. They're going to want to work at the post office or be plumbers or, you know, whatever. You know, they're going to try to find something else to do, and we'll have too many workers and not enough jobs for the workers, which will depress wages. So it'll affect everybody, even if your job isn't affected by AI, even if you're not directly replaced by AI. You're still gonna be affected by it, you know. Your wages are gonna be depressed. So they gotta figure out something. They gotta figure out UBI or whatever, so that everybody's needs are taken care of, which would be good, right? If we end up at that end spot, that would be a good place. If work is voluntary, that would be good, right? If you could work at, you know, if you like to work, you can work. You know, if you like to grow food, you can grow food, or whatever you like to do. You know, if you like doing that, fine, and you do it. It'd be voluntary. You wouldn't have a boss on your ass all day, you know, telling you what to do. It'd be good, right? But you got to have your needs taken care of. So I think that would be a, you know, I was telling somebody the other day about it, and he said, "Oh, that's your utopia," you know, and it would be, right? That would cure a whole bunch of social ills if people had all their needs taken care of and work was voluntary. There'd be less stress. There'd just be so many advantages to that. But you know, and an AI could do all the work. You know, I think that would be a cool situation, really. You know, but the politicians have to get on with it. You know, we got to flip this or have a revolution. That's probably what's going to happen. You know, the politicians aren't gonna fix it, right? Because they're politicians. They're stupid. They don't care. They're behind on everything, and they don't care, you know, about people. So AI is going to start replacing people's jobs. Unemployment's going to go higher and higher and higher. There's going to be a lot of discontent, and we'll have a revolution. And then, you know, hopefully the revolution doesn't go sideways, and we end up with some sort of UBI or something that supports everybody's basic needs. You know, so we can have a comfortable living, and work will be voluntary. So that seems like a good world to me. Memla says, the bird. Yeah, that bird is pretty cool. Memla says, anything you've been up to yourself? Yeah, I don't know, a lot of things. I've been playing musical chairs with my computers here. I had a computer, this thing here. I don't know if I can. Let me see. I'll share my computer. Here's part of it. Part of my computer. Let's see here. Let me disconnect that. Yeah, this is what I've got. This is the state of one of my computers right now. This is what it looks like. I actually streamed from this computer like this. I think my last stream or stream before this. This was what I streamed from, this computer here. So this power supply here on this computer is this little teeny. Oh, you can see that little teeny power supply here, 160 watt power supply. And it's underpowered for everything I had plugged into this thing, and it popped. It smoked. The smoke actually came out of it. So I stuck this other. So I took a power supply from another computer and hooked it up to that one, and got it going enough to try to do some streaming. And then, so I was going to take an older power supply that had those older Molex connectors on it, and swap out the connectors, but I'd still end up with a power supply that was kind of not large enough for, because I want to get a graphics card eventually. And anyway, so I bought another power supply. Somehow I figured I got enough money. I took some old lead acid batteries and brought them in, and got the recycle fee for those, and ended up buying. So I had enough money, I could buy a power supply. So I bought a nice power supply, 700 watt power supply. And that's what I'm actually running on right now on this stream. I put that into this is my streaming computer here that I'm using now, with this better power supply. And I took that power supply and I want to team that up with this CPU, but that CPU has got, the case is too small, so I got a bigger case back here that I want to put it in. So anyway, that's what I've been doing. I've been playing musical chairs. And I might do a PC build, because when I take the power supply or take the motherboard out of this computer and put it in that case over there, it's basically a computer build. I'm doing it from, building the thing up from scratch. I might do that as a stream. Do a computer build as a stream. Anyway, I'll think about that. So that's kind of what I've been up to. Not much else. Let's see what else I got in here and stuff today I learned. Oh, Laos. This was really cool. This is a news item. Let me bring this up here. Hopefully this is not playing any music or anything. Sometimes when you load up the pages, they end up playing a video without you telling them to. So okay, so we got all right, so we got okay, background, right? Okay, Saudi Arabia or whoever told Trump that they wanted their oil prices to be higher and told him to invade Iran. So he did that. They paid him $1 billion that year to invade Iran, or somebody. I don't know who. Somebody in the oil industry wanted more money. So they told him to invade Iran, so Iran would cut, stop the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz and drive up oil prices. So he did that. And oil prices came up, gas prices came up, but something that I talked about a few streams ago was demand destruction, which is the term that they use in the oil industry when the price goes too high. If the price goes too high, then people start seeking out alternatives to oil. And a lot of times when they do that and they seek out those alternatives, they end up saying, hey, this is better, and they don't use oil anymore after that. That's called demand destruction. So that's what's happening right now. As a result of invading Iran and them cutting off the Strait of Hormuz and driving up oil prices, it's causing this demand destruction. And one of the ways that manifests is policy. And here in Laos, they have banned ICE engines now. They were heading that way already. Apparently they have a lot of hydro, electricity that they can create. And is that echo really bothering you? It kind of bothers me. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe I'll do a test stream after this to fix it. But anyway, so Laos is basically banning ICE engines now. They had been moving towards electric a lot faster than most places, most countries, because they have a ton of electricity because of their hydro, I think. Let's see. Announced that it will temporarily suspend imports of petrol and diesel-powered vehicles until the end of 26, as it seeks to accelerate adoption of electric vehicles, reduce fuel imports, and tighten oversight of the automotive sector. The ban will run through 26. So I thought it was a permanent ban, but like California is going to have a ban here in a few years. See, here it is. The government has set a target for EVs to account for more than 30% of vehicles on the road by 2030. Okay. Laos, a hydropower-rich country that imports petroleum products, has promoted EVs as a way to cut reliance on fossil fuels, ease pressure on foreign currency reserves, and reduce emissions from transport. So this is just one of the results, right, of the war in Iran. Is it's causing demand destruction, which is, I guess it's a silver lining, right, of the thing, of a horrible situation, of a war, but it's driving some countries to change their policies. And that kind of happened with Canada too, right? We had Trump said he wanted to invade Canada and make Canada the 52nd or 51st state in the U.S. And so instead of Canada rolling over, they said, "No, fuck you," and they went to China and said, "We're going to import cars from China. You know, forget. You know, we don't need U.S. You know." So a lot of policy changes are happening. You know, it's like that guy does not. It's like he's not even playing checkers. You know, you hear these analogies where people are playing chess. You know, strategic chess. You know, international relations. Blah blah blah. And they say, "Oh, Trump's playing checkers." No, he's not even playing checkers. He's playing tic-tac-toe. You know, he can't even think, you know, two moves ahead, you know. So everything he does turns to mud, you know. I don't know. All right, so anyway, I thought that was just an interesting thing. That, how policy gets affected. Oh, here's a video. You probably, I don't know if you've seen this before. This is a
so the market has
Jay
a
Leno.
clock.
Oh,
So
shit,
the real
hang on, just let me see if I can play through these ads here. Jay Leno is used to be a host of one of these late night talk shows, you know, and he does these things where he goes out on the street and talks to people and asks them questions, and they pretend like they don't know the answer, and it gives this impression that this is not okay. This is Jimmy Kimmel. I'm sorry, same thing. But they go out there and they ask people questions. In this particular one, they were asking people to name a country.
Video that he likely didn't realize was from our show. About 2 years ago, we went out in the street. We asked random people passing by if they could name a country on a map.
Okay, so they did it. Let's see here.
Africa?
Nope.
Russia?
Nope, that's China. Anything over here?
All right, so basically Europe.
Where's
China.
Europe?
Don't know.
Are you a
I don't know. So anyway, it's basically they want to make it look like people are stupid, and the reason why they do that, the reason why they want to give the impression that people are stupid, is so that they can run things and say, "Oh, people are too stupid to have democracy. People are too stupid to have, you know, people voting, you know, and deciding things and blah, 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 you know. Therefore, we're going to have all the power." That's why they do that. That's why they do these things where they try to make people look stupid. And they set it up. Of course, these people are faking, right? They're not really stupid. They're pretending that they're stupid. Because they don't, the people who get the answers right, they don't put on TV, and people want to be on TV, so they pretend like they're stupid in order to make the cut and get on TV. You see, you know how that works. And the whole purpose, the reason why the media is doing that, the corporate-owned media is doing that, is because they want to give the impression that people are too stupid to govern themselves. That's why they do that. So anyway, I ran across that, you know, on my came up in my feed, or what, you know what I'm talking about, my YouTube algorithm feed or whatever. And so I thought I would talk about that. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, I got a message. What did I get a message from? Oh, somebody. Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna show you this. Let's see here. So so I got a message here from this lady, this content creator here. Anyway, she did a video. Let me go to her video here.
This is absolutely terrifying. So these are
Stop. So she did a video about this proposal to tie, you know how they have grids, right? They have electric grids, and they try to tie grids together so that when, you know, supply is higher on one side or demand is higher on another side or whatever, they can kind of balance things out from different locations. But now they're proposing to actually tie countries together across oceans, you know, so that Europe would be tied to South America or whatever, you know, and all the different kind, and Australia could be tied, you know, the southern hemisphere could be tied to the northern hemisphere, so that when, you know, it's winter in one area and summer in the other, where they're getting a lot of solar in one place, they can feed it to the other one, you know, so they can kind of balance everything out. But it's a huge, massive undertaking to put a, you know, a 500,000 volt cable, run that through an ocean, you know. Let me see if I can. I'll just play through this ad here real quick and try to get to that. There we go. Okay. So they got these big. I don't want to steal this woman's content, but I just want to show you what she did here. They got pictures. Here it is. Here's a picture of the cable, and it's a huge, big deal, right? They got the outside, and then they got all this, and then the actual conductors on the inside here. But it's covered with all this crap, you know, so that it doesn't break.
Majin Buu just followed.
Get messed up when it's partway through. Oh, I got a follow there. Thank you for the follow, Manjaboo. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So it's a big engineering project, right? To do this, to try to run these cables through, you know, and they got these huge coils on these big ships, you know, massive, you know, things, you know. And running it across the ocean, and I'm sure it's doing all kinds of damage. You know, who knows what it's doing, the ecological damage that it does. But anyway, so that's what they wanted to do, and so I watched this video, and I said, well, wait, there's some questions I have about it, and so I asked. I said the three things that I thought of was first of all, you know, how does it compare to grid storage? Because when you run a cable across an ocean, it's going to lose a lot of juice, you know. It's going to lose a lot of the energy. And she was saying it was 15 to 20% loss, you know, by the time you transfer the energy across an ocean, you know, from one country to another. So that was my question, was how it compares to grid storage. You know, pumped hydro is about the same efficiency at the round trip. Pumped hydro is about the same efficiency as running this cable, but the capital investment for pumped hydro is much less. You know, all you need is a big reservoir somewhere and some pumps, right, to pump water. That's about it. You know, reversible pump, right? A pump that you can pump with and then use as a generator, or have a separate generator, whatever. And lithium has even a higher efficiency, but it would be more difficult to try to get enough lithium storage to match what these cables could handle. These cables, I don't know what the actual capacity is. It's 500,000 watts. So if you take 525,000 volts times 500,000 volts. So if you take 125,000 volts, and I just picked a number of 1,000 amps, that would give you half a gigawatt, right, of energy. I don't know. I don't know what the actual current is, but it's a ton, right? It's a lot of stuff. And if it was just a day, you know, day-to-day type thing, so that's 12 to 24 hours. It's a lot. It's like gigawatt hours of storage that you would need. So it would be hard to get that from lithium. So that was another question I had. And then another question is that a world grid would create the same problem that we have with oil right now. And with oil, we have a world market. We have a world market for oil. The price of oil is, it's a world market. So if the price changes in one place, it changes everywhere in the world. And that's one of the reasons why we get into these wars, is because, the oil industry wants higher price for oil sometimes. So they want to actually be able to control the price of oil, but when they want the price to go higher, they start a war somewhere, and they could start it anywhere in the world. And if they cut off even just a small flow of oil somewhere, 10% or whatever, or less even, of the flow of oil anywhere in the world, it drives up the price everywhere in the world. And that doesn't work right now. I mean, that isn't how electricity works right now, because it's country by country or just grid by grid, But if they set up this whole system where they're sharing energy, tying the grids together throughout the whole world, then you've got a world electricity price, and you'd end up with the same problem. People, the electric companies then would be incentivized to start wars somewhere, and it would drive up the electric rate across the whole world, right? Like they did in Iran, right? That was for oil, but they'd do it for electricity then. So that's a problem. And another problem I thought of with that, setting up that deal, is that it's such a huge investment of resources and such a long amortization of this whole project and everything. It's a huge undertaking. And I think before they do that with our current technology, they need to look at what's going on with high temperature superconductors. They've been developing superconductors material for a long time. They're trying to get, they've gotten up to, I don't know what the temperature is, when they first discovered it, it was like almost absolute zero to get superconductivity. Now they've got it up to, I don't know what temperature, but if they can get it up to like room temperature or ocean temperature, then they could run these cables with superconductors with zero loss. And actually, if they get superconductors, they could get it to where you could have motors with zero loss and all kinds of different stuff. So anyway, and with AI coming online here, maybe AI is going to be able to solve the superconductor problem, and we'll end up with be able to produce cables with superconductors that have zero loss. So if they end up installing all these huge, very expensive and resource intensive, grid ties between these countries now, and then we discover a superconductor tomorrow, then all that cable, they got to tear all the cable out and put in the superconductor. You know what I'm saying? So that was I don't know if they're thinking about that. So I put that in there as a comment. Anyway, that was something that come up just today actually, and the woman responded, gave me a response. She said, "Okay, that's good." All right, let's see what else I got in here. Let's see. First time chatter. Majin Boo. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You said, "Did you see the Mid-Journey announcement?" Majin Boo, did you see the Mid-Journey announcement? No, I didn't. I didn't see that. It says they pivoted from generative imaging and launched Mid-Journey Medical. Oh, interesting. Mid-Journey Medical. They invented a full-body ultrasound tomography device that's more powerful than MRIs. Oh, in 1 minute it can do an entire body scan. Wow. Oh, and it does the diagnostic and everything. Yeah, this is kind of like that little. I don't know if you saw that movie. Oh, what the hell was it? What's the name of that movie where they had this machine that the wealthy people had that could fix any disease. You put somebody in the machine and it fixes their disease, and they were keeping it away from the poor people. Anyway, I forget the name. Elysium. That's the name of it. Elysium was the name of this sci-fi movie, and the poor people were trying to get access to this machine. It was basically an analogy for our healthcare inequities and stuff like that. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, that would be something that would be very nice. By 2031, they'll be able to be doing a billion scans per month. Wow. Wow, that's really something. Ivan Neo, hi, welcome, Ivan. Thank you for stopping by. And Manju says midjourney.com. Okay, medical / medical. Okay. Imagine being able to just passively get a full body diagnostic whenever you want. Yeah. And Ivan says hello. Hi, Ivan. Elysium was a good movie. Yeah, that was a very well produced movie, and a message movie. It's fewer and fewer of those kinds of movies. It's refreshing to see a message movie come out of Hollywood. Most of them now are just fluff. Yeah, there's so many things that are going to change from AI. It's the biggest medical announcement of the year. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that's huge. That's like the tricorder, the medical tricorder on Star Trek, where they wave the thing and he said, oh, gee, they got this and this and this problem, just by using the medical tricorder. Yeah, we'll have AI doctors pretty soon. Yeah, anybody who does a knowledge thing, right? And that's what medicine is, right? Is a knowledge thing. It's a personal thing too. But most doctors aren't very good at the personal stuff, right? There are a lot of neuro-D doctors out there, but it's a knowledge thing, right? I think I've actually used. That was that. Yeah, here's something. This is AI related and medical related, right? I want to show you something that I did. This is good. This is right on target here. All right, I'm going to move this over to this screen and adjust some stuff here. All right, we're done with YouTube for now. I'll close that. All right, it's going to take me a few clicks here to get this guy figured out. Oh, maybe not. Okay. So here's my you see that? This is my my co-pilot. This is one of my favorite AIs that I use. Just because. All right. Wait, am I? Is it showing my? Yeah, it's showing that. Okay. So what I did here is I've had a lot of interesting conversations with AI lately. I usually ask it about 1 or 2 questions a day, but there was one here that I asked it about, which is kind of on target to what we were just talking about medical diagnosis. And let's see if I can find that here. Oh, it's going to hide it from me here. Oh, here it is. Okay. Causes of never laughing. Here's a conversation I had with the thing. All right. So I said, if someone never laughs, what does that mean in terms of mental disorders, right? So I'm asking it to do a diagnosis, right, of people, what it does. And it says, if someone never laughs, It most often reflects reduced emotional expression, duh, or pleasure, rather than a single specific disorder. Common causes include depression, anhedonia. I don't know what that word is, but I can figure out what it means just by looking at it. Negative symptoms of schizophrenia, flat affect, neurological conditions that disrupt emotional expression, or medication effects. Okay. So I started out with I gave it a general question about something. And it said, okay, it could be lots of different things and stuff like this, right? So mostly it was people who were just catatonic almost from schizophrenia, right? Or people with depression, or people who just might be repressing their emotions or don't feel their emotions. That's kind of what it was answering. And so I added a little bit more to it. I said, the condition has been present for a long time. So I was trying to get it, actually trying to steer it into personality disorders, right? Something that's for a long time. Right? That's what definition of a personality disorder, right? Something that is present over time. So it says long-standing inability or near absence of laughter most often reflects chronic reduced emotional experience or expression. And it gave me some options: reduced internal pressure, or amusement, or reduced outward expression. Right. So it added autism spectrum on here. And it said a chronic neurological condition or developmental brain differences. All right. So it's not getting too specific here, right? But it is. And then medications that you take over a long period of time. How clinicians would assess it, and it's got these guardrails, right? It's always saying, "Oh, I'm not a doctor. Go see a doctor. I'm not going to blah blah blah." You know how they do that, right? They got disclosures and stuff. And then finally, I just said, "Okay, it's a personality disorder." I just told it it's a personality disorder. And it says, if a lifelong absence of laughter is part of a personality disorder, that's most likely diagnoses are schizoid personality disorder or related schizophrenia spectrum, autism spectrum presentations that include restricted affect. These conditions cause long-standing detachment and reduced outward emotional expression rather than a single no-laughing illness. Okay. So it's, yeah, that's people were okay. Let's see. So it kind of repeated itself a little bit. Personality disorders. It's sticking to these like schizophrenia or autism is where it was at, right? And it talks about how a clinician might be able to differentiate what the thing was. And then I said the subject of. I said the subject, the person with this disorder, I said the subject is socially engaged, frequently lies, is inordinately concerned about what other people say about him, and has excessive avarice. And it said the pattern that you described, social engagement, frequent lying, hypersensitivity to others' opinions, and excessive greed, most closely fit narcissistic personality disorder. Vulnerable or grandiose. I didn't know that. I didn't know that narcissistic personality disorder had different flavors, but apparently it does. It can be grandiose or vulnerable. I didn't know that. It says it could be either that. It could be either narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder. Depending on the presence of persistent disregard for others and early conduct problems. All right, go see a doctor. So now it's tuning in its diagnosis a little bit and saying it could be either narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder, or maybe something else. So that's what it's guessing right now, right? And it says how clinicians might be able to determine, which diagnosis it would be. by looking at history, looking at the motivations for lying, and whether empathy was actually present or not. And then it had steps that the clinician would take to try to differentiate that stuff. Then I said, okay, here the subject. I said about the subject that he was raised in a strict household and developed a rebellious and braggadocious personality earlier in his youth. During middle school, he was placed in military school because he secretly defied his father by traveling and collecting knives. So that was. So I'm getting more and more and more specific, right, about asking what it's doing. Let me check chat here real quick. Sorry for the inception here. We get. Did they study doctors and AI increase diagnosis accuracy or human margin? Or gee, I wonder who we're talking about. Oh, Ivan has figured it out. Okay. All right. Yeah. So the AI doesn't know who it is yet, obviously. And I said the pattern you described: lifelong rebelliousness, bragging, frequent lying, hypersensitivity to reputation, excessive greed, and little outward laughter, most closely fits narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder with possible overlap from schizotypal schizoid traits or autism spectrum differences, and then do an assessment to find out. And so it's got these three different possibilities, right? And this particular AI likes to do tables, so it produced a table for me and said, here are the different things and all. It put a matrix here of different possible diagnoses for what the thing is. And it says how to interpret lifelong known laughter, blah blah blah. Next steps, get a formal thing. And I said, later in his working career, he compared himself with Jesus and posted an AI picture of himself in a pose and style as if he was Jesus. And so the AI says, this behavior most strongly suggests narcissistic pathology with possible grandiose delusions, a messiah belief, but it could also reflect mood-related psychosis, mania, or a schizophrenia spectrum psychotic break. A formal psychiatric evaluation is needed to distinguish them. So the AI is saying, this guy really needs help. You need to get him to a psychiatrist right away. Right. Why those possibilities fit? And it explains its answers, right? When grandiose becomes a fixed false belief, believing oneself to be Jesus, that's delusional, right? Yeah, delusion. The difference between a belief and a delusion is how much the person sticks to their belief. If they're willing to change their belief when they're given different information, then that's called a belief. But if you give them different information and show them what the real thing is, and they still continue to believe the thing, then that's a delusion. Kinda. The informal messiah complex describes this pattern of savior beliefs. It is not a DSM diagnosis, but often overlaps with grandiose delusions seen in several psychiatric conditions. And it did another table here. They threw in bipolar in there for mania. I don't know why it did that. Then I added some more. I said, he said that his power is constrained only by his own morality and own mind. And the AI says, this profile most strongly suggests narcissistic personality disorder with emerging or intermittent grandiose delusions. a messiah theme. When grandiose becomes a fixed belief, it may indicate co-occurrent psychoses. Psychosis as in a delusion, not a hallucination. Schizophrenia spectrum or bipolar mania rather than personality disorder alone. So it's very serious, right? It's the problem. The problem is very serious. And it says how the behaviors map to a diagnosis. It's a charming, socially engaged. Then narcissistic personality disorder would be. It's very common. Anyway, it's got a whole. You can see that it's got a whole table here of the different diagnoses that it could be. And it says why this likely reflects narcissistic personality disorder, and it explains why, because it's lifelong, grandiose, bragging, hypersensitivity, and if those grandiose ideas become fixed, then that's a delusion. Risks, impaired judgment, like deciding to invade a country for no reason at all, risky behavior, financial or legal harm. Yeah, it's definitely causing financial harm to the U.S. and most people in the United States. Coercive influence on others, or red flags that require prompt evaluation. Get him to a psychiatrist quickly. Practical next step: urgent psychiatric evaluation. Collateral history. Do a workup on the history, and then treatment. Psychotherapy for narcissistic personality disorder, and antipsychotic mood stabilizers if he continues to be delusional. And I said, so I gave it the final prompt here. I said, also he's the President of the United States. And it says, and the AI says, this behavior most strongly suggests narcissistic pathology with pronounced grandiosity. And because of the grandiosity appears to verge on fixed belief, messianic self-identification, it raises concern for co-occurring grandiose delusions or mood psychotic episode rather than personality disorder alone. A remote opinion cannot replace a clinical evaluation, right? So it's get him to a doctor. That's what it says. Okay, and it just goes how clinicians distinguish fantasy from delusion. Implications and risk. Leaders with entrenched grandiosity or delusions can make high-impact decisions influenced by distorted beliefs. This raises concerns about judgment, risk-taking, and potential harm to others. It also complicates treatment because public figures rarely present voluntarily for psychiatric care. Yeah, okay. What would be needed to clarify diagnosis? A clinician needs to meet with them directly, right? Bottom line, the pattern you described fits narcissistic pathology with possible superimposed grandiose delusions or mood psychotic illness. This cannot be confirmed without clinical evaluation. If the beliefs are fixed and impairing, they warrant urgent psychiatric assessment by qualified personnel. And it repeats. Sometimes this one repeats a prompt when I give it a question, and it did that again. I don't know why it does that. But anyway, so I thought that was kind of interesting to go through that exercise. See if we can diagnose the president. Oops, there goes my camera. Let me unplug here and plug it back in and get my camera working again. Did that fix it? Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. Let's see what we got here on chat. Gee, I wonder who we're talking about. Yeah, we figured it out. Snowy City, laughing out loud. Yeah. Memloss clap. Snowy City. Yeah. Oh, waving to Snowy City. Hi, Snowy City. Welcome in. Yeah, we're just playing around here. I'm just going through TLA. This is my TIL, things I learned. And somebody brought up medical diagnosis with AI. So I had a recent convo with AI that I thought I would share that was kind of related to that. You know, so yeah, it's I don't know what the people who are supposed to be taking care of this problem is Congress. Congress is supposed to be fixing this problem, you know, and they're not doing it. So I don't know. I guess it's up to us, right? We gotta get rid of it. For God's sakes, don't vote for an incumbent. Make sure you vote in the primary. First of all, not general election. It's already decided, right? It's because they redistricted. For those of you who are international, in the U.S., we got this situation where it's a two-party system, winner take all, and the Constitution sets it up so that we have districts, and states decide where their districts are, and for representatives. And what they end up doing is they do this thing called gerrymandering, where they will take and craft these districts so that they favor one party or the other, the Democrats or the Republicans. And when they do that, then whatever party it's favored to that's their seat in Congress from then on, you know. And it doesn't matter what people do, or, you know, any challenger from the other party for that district can't win after that. So the people's vote in a general election is irrelevant at that point, which means that the deciding point is moved to the primaries. The primary election is where the parties decide who they're going to run in the general election. So if you're in the United States, you got to vote in the primary. You got to register. Some places require you to register way ahead of time. So you got to register, and you got to vote in the primary, and you got to vote against the incumbent. So if you're not used to voting, you're not all that kind of stuff, but you decide, okay, I'm sick of this. I don't want a Hitler psycho in office anymore. Then you need to, number one, find out how to get registered in your state. Get registered. Find out who your representative is for your district where you live. Then, and when you register to vote, register for that party. So it doesn't matter if you think you're a Democrat or a Republican. When you register, if you're in a district that's been gerrymandered for one party or the other, you got to register for that party. Otherwise, you're locked out, right? So let's say you live in a district that's gerrymandered for Republican, but you actually think that you're a Democrat and you like the Democrat ideas. Still, just register for a Republican anyway. Even there's no law against it, right? Register as a Republican, then vote in the Republican primary, and vote against the incumbent. So we can get the incumbents out. That's the main thing we got to do right now. The incumbents are not doing their job. They're not taking care of this threat to the country and to democracy. So we have to remove the incumbents. That's job number one for us as the people. We got to remove the incumbents, and we got to keep doing that over and over and over and over and over. In fact, I called C-SPAN about that. Let me play. You want to hear me on C-SPAN? You guys want to hear me on C-SPAN? I'll show you a video of me on C-SPAN here. Let's see if I can get that up. Excuse me for coughing into the microphone now. All right. I'll play a little video about me calling C-SPAN, basically saying what I just said there. Here we go. All right, here we go. Here's Ron, double triple on C-SPAN.
That was a little less than 2 hours ago here on Capitol Hill when the Senate voted to pass a $70 billion
Cue it up here.
concern. Look, it's Republican to vote against the Senate.
Sorry, I should have scrubbed this ahead of time here.
The
asshole.
kickback
Schumer.
That entire exchange on our website.
Against Challenger. That's the.
Oh, here we go. Okay, here I am.
That was yesterday on Capitol Hill. You can watch that entire exchange on our website.
Against Challenger. That's the vote in the primary election.
I think you had mentioned.
I'm sorry. We'll get this figured out here.
Donald Trump come in 2016.
Here we go. I'm after this lady here.
They wasn't or nothing, and I've watched this truth. It can tell they ain't like Democrats. They come back in the American people.
I'll find it.
Go ahead.
Hang on.
Hey, John. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to remind everybody that you need to vote in the primary election because of the redistricting. Most races are going to be decided by the time we get to the November election. It's more important to vote in the primary election than it is to vote in the general election. And what you need to do is find out who your your representative is, find out what party they are, register for that party, and vote in the primary against the incumbent. The incumbent is the current office holder. Vote against them. It's more important to vote in the primary than it is to vote in the general election in November. And I wish C-SPAN would give more coverage to the primaries. You know,
Ronald,
which primaries?
Ronald, we were here taking calls for 5 hours on Tuesday night for the 6 states that had primaries. Some 16% of America was able to vote in a primary on Tuesday. From New Jersey to California, we took something like 60 or 70 calls that night and showed speeches. We've been covering the primaries, Ronald.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I screwed up here. When they do coverage, they cover the horse race and they cover it afterwards. You know what I mean? He was talking about them covering the primaries, but he was talking about covering the horse race afterwards. Who's winning? They're counting the votes, blah blah blah. But they don't. They have very little coverage ahead of time to explain to people, you know, who the candidates are, who the incumbent is, how somebody can get registered, all that kind of stuff. They do very little ahead of time, but they do a lot of it afterwards when they're counting the votes. And I kind of blew it here. I didn't challenge him on that.
I mean, on Washington Journal, not just C-SPAN. I know C-SPAN. You can get. I'm talking about Washington Journal.
And I promise you, we talk about them usually on Wednesdays after primary nights is a time that we talk about it. But a question, you mentioned redistricting. One place where redistricting does not have an impact is in the Senate. A story from the New York Times today, the headline, Democrats are seeing the Senate within their grasp. Once seen as a midterm election in which Democrats didn't have very many targets, Democrats suddenly think they can pick up the 4 seats needed to claim the majority while also holding all their own seats. Do you think that's realistic at this point in 2026, Ronald?
I don't think it matters if it's Democrat or Republican. Right now, it's got to be incumbent against challenger. That's the contest. It's not Democrat versus Republican. If the you know what? If the Democrats got a majority in the House and they got 2/3 in the Senate, do you think they would impeach Trump? No. Trump is a big moneymaker for them. The more every time Trump opens his mouth, they get a bunch of donations. They don't want to impeach Trump. If they got the majority, they wouldn't do nothing. They wouldn't do anything different than what's being done right now. It's not the Democrats versus the Republicans. It's the incumbents versus the challengers.
Ronald, how long do you trust the challengers?
For some reason, my audio kept cutting out. I don't know if it was my phone or on their end or what happened. But what I said there is I said it's the challenger versus the incumbent, and it's the people versus the 202 area code. And they cut that part out when I said, it got cut out when I said the people versus the 202 area code for some reason.
Before you don't trust them when they become incumbents if they do win.
What's that?
How long do you end up trusting if a challenger wins, they become the incumbent? How long are you willing to trust the challenger in office?
Replace them. We got to do that for about 10 years and then clean out all the corruption. If we keep doing that for about 10 years, just keep voting out the incumbents every single time, then I think in about a decade we'll have all the corruption cleared out.
That's Ronald.
Okay, so that was my call. Yeah, I said one term. That was something else I got cut out there. I said we should trust them for one term and then vote them out, you know. So that was my call to C-SPAN. I call them like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 times a year. Mem lost. Yay! I don't know which part you're yaying. I guess my call maybe, or voting out incumbents. Yeah, we got to vote the incumbents out. It's hard because people don't. You know, if you're a Democrat and you get to the general election and it's the incumbent versus some Republican, it's very, very hard to vote for a Republican. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a Democrat, or vice versa, if you're a Republican and the Republican is the incumbent and there's a Democratic challenger, it's just not instinctively, people don't want to do that. They don't want to vote for the other party. That's why I'm nonpartisan. I'm registered as, they call it independent or nonpartisan, whatever. I don't register for either Democrat or Republican. That way I haven't voted for Republican for a long time because I'm not going to vote for somebody who supports Trump. So if it comes down to an incumbent versus a Republican who supports Trump, I can't vote for the Republican, and I won't vote for the incumbent either. I end up usually either writing in or voting for, you know, if there's somebody else on the ticket or on the ballot, I'll vote for them. So, but I'm not going to vote for any more incumbents because, you know, they're not getting the job done in lots of different ways. And that's and still, while they're all dicking around with all this other stuff, we got this whole AI problem coming, you know, and they're not even talking about it. That's not even on their freaking radar, you know. UBI, forget it. When was the last time you heard a politician talk about UBI? Never. They haven't even caught up to 20 years ago, you know, what's going on. So that's kind of a problem. Let's see what else I had here. Oh, this is kind of interesting. You've heard of the corpse flower? God, I wish I could get rid of that echo. I have no idea where that's coming from. All right, this is a corpse flower, this thing here. And they open up very rarely. It's a very weird, first of all, it's huge. It can get up to like 12, 15 feet or something like that. Huge flower. This is all one big flower. And it has a weird life cycle where it grows a single leaf, which looks like a tree for a while. And in that, it has a tuber under the ground. So it grows as a tuber, and then it grows, and then like once every 5 to 7 years, it produces this flower, this huge flower. And when it opens up, it smells like a dead corpse. And it only blooms for like 12 to 24 hours, or 24 to 48 hours, once every 5 to 7 years. So they have them in various botanical gardens around. Here's one in Rhode Island, I guess. Is it University of Rhode Island's Horridge Observatory? So this one's getting ready to bloom, and there's another one in either New York or Maryland or something that's going to bloom. So it's a big event. When it happens, they put it on the news and, you know, make a big deal about it. But it's just kind of, so that's something that's happening here pretty soon. So you might hear about that in the next few days, or next few weeks rather, where they talk about this corpse flower blooming in different places. But it's very fascinating, this whole thing. I think it's like a very old species, and it's endangered. It's an endangered species, but they figured, you know, they've known for a while now how to grow it in captivity, and they're trying to breed it or you know, make more of them and all this kind of stuff. And just recently, they figured out how to get it to self-pollinate. It's designed so it doesn't self-pollinate. The male and female parts of the plant, of the flower, mature at different times so that it avoids self-pollination, but somehow they figured out a way to do it. I don't know. I don't understand biology enough to understand that stuff, but that's kind of cool. You get, oh, there it is with it's open, or a little bit, kind of halfway open. So that's kind of cool. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, this is funny. This is a news story. I don't know if you heard about this or not. Okay, so another one of these deals, right, where Trump is trying to distract everybody from what's going on. And so what he did is he hired a company and paid them millions and millions and millions of dollars to do something that cost $100,000 to do, right? You know how that works. And so he hired this company to fix the, quote unquote, fix the reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln Memorial. You know, in Washington, D.C., they got this big, long reflecting pool, right? It's like a foot deep or whatever, but it's really big, and it's an ornamental type of thing, right? Art, whatever. And so he hired this company to drain the reflecting pool, and repaint the bottom a different color and refill it, and he, quote unquote, fix the reflecting pool, right? And so this is what happened. They spent $14 million on this damn thing, and this is what the result was. It's algae. They just filled it up. This is just like a few days ago, a week ago or whatever. They painted it, refilled it back up, and they did the way they did it. It just caused the algae to bloom in it. So now instead of a nice, pretty reflecting pool, it's a green algae pool. It's full of algae. It's a stupid thing. So another Trump thing that just turns into failure. The guy, everything the guy touches turns into a failure. we got a. I won't say that now. Anyway, I just think that's just so funny. Everything the guy does is just disaster, from the first thing he did in his second term was to make a bunch of taxes that caused inflation, and now everybody's can't even afford food, and then he invades Iran and kills a bunch of people, and now he makes a quote unquote deal with them. It's a memo of understanding. And all this, he said, "Oh, look at all these things I got in this deal." And you go through the list, and it's like, hey, wait a second. Before you invaded him, we already had all that stuff and more. It's like, what the fuck? It's just, the guy is just, and I just don't understand. And it's like people just are like, I don't know if they don't. people are delusional. Remember we were talking about delusions earlier. How can somebody? You hear people saying, "Oh, he's great, he's great." I'm like, what? No, he's not great. he's a mess. I don't understand how people can continue to support the guy when it's obvious that he's incompetent. You know, not only is he corrupt and a traitor and a rapist and a criminal and a felon and all these, you know, he's incompetent too. You know, it's just unbelievable. Oh, this was something that happened on Candid Camera. I don't know if I should show this or not. This is still, yeah, I'll show this. It doesn't matter. In fact, let me do it this way. The Candid Camera. Remember Candid Camera? They had it was
the two engineers, Thomas Berger,
1950s or whatever. 1960s, whatever, and then they redid it. They redid Candid Camera, revised it or whatever in the early part of this century, 2000, 2002, something like that. And so they put them up on YouTube. This Candid Camera. So now they're showing the old Candid cameras on YouTube, and I've been watching them, and they're kind of funny, some of them. But let me show you what this one did, and I'll explain if you don't understand it. But let's see here. All right. So here's the premise, right? They got a store. They set a little bowl of dollar bills, and the sign says free, one per customer. So they're trying to give away dollar bills, right? And they show people coming in here, and the guy is commenting. You can hear him, right? Yeah. All right, so the guy, so the idea is people walking by, looking at the money, ha ha ha. You know, they're giving away money. Nobody took the money. Almost nobody. And the guy was commenting on it. He says, "Oh, here's the dollar. They're not taking the dollar. Here's the dollar. Take the dollar." And he kept doing that through this whole video, this whole thing. He kept talking about that. Oh, they're not taking the dollars. They're not taking the dollars. How come they're not taking it? This guy took 3 of the dollars. Why aren't they taking the dollars? But then they come to this section here. Watch what happens here.
Put it all back. And we still haven't given away a buck. Now, as these folks look at the bowl of money, watch the lower left corner of your...
Did you catch that? Did you hear what he said? Throughout this whole video, he's saying dollar, 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 and then all of a sudden he switches and says buck here at this one point. I'll play it again here.
But wouldn't you know it, Mom makes him put it all back. And we still haven't given away a buck. Now, as these folks look at the bowl of money, watch the lower left. Remember that kid?
All right. That audio is not loud enough. Let me try harder. Okay, I got the audio fixed. All right, here we go.
And there's number 3.
We could have a dollar. No. Yes.
But wouldn't you know it, Mom makes him put it all back.
Well, it said free.
And we still haven't given away a buck. Now, as these folks look at the bowl of money, watch the lower left corner of your screen. Remember
you
that
see what
kid
happened there? You see what he did? When that black guy came on, that very moment that they cut to that black guy, he said the word buck. And for those of you who don't know, the word buck is a derogatory epithet about black people, black men particularly. So I thought that was pretty outrageous that they did that. And I complained. I complained. I wrote in the thing and did the whole thing because that's wrong. They shouldn't do that. I was just amazed that they would even try to put that out there. Even in 2002, that was offensive to do that. So I complained about that. That was not good at all. I'm gonna see if I can fix my thing here. See if I can. I'm gonna do a little. See if I can fix this. My audio here for. See if I can get it to stop. I'm gonna cut off every single output source here until I can find out the one that's actually doing duplicates of my voice, or it's duplicating everything. It's very irritating. All right, it's still duplicating, right? Hello? Oh shit, I shut something off here. Now I got everything shut off, don't I? Did I shut off? I shut off everything, didn't I? Test. No. Test. Okay. It's working, but it's still echo. Okay, I'll do a test stream later or something. Try to figure this out. All right. Anyway, I just thought that was pretty outrageous that they would do that. Do something so offensive like that. So I don't know if they're going to take down the video or what they're going to do about that, but I complained about it. I put a comment in there, and I also complained to YouTube about that because they shouldn't do that. And the reason, yeah, Snowy City, I don't hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a problem with the audio. Hopefully you were able to hear it there after I fixed it. Snowy City says, I thought if you're not affiliated, you can't vote in the primary election. It depends on which state you're in. Here in New Hampshire, if you're registered as a independent, then when you go into the vote on the primary, you tell them which primary you want to vote in, the Democrat or the Republican, when you go in. And technically, when you go in on voting day, if you're an independent, you tell them which one you want, and they actually will technically change your registration to that party. And then you go and you cast your ballot and put it in a box, and then go back and they change you back to independent again. So it's a weird kind of system. And different ones, some of them have what they call open primary, or they use the word jungle primary, or where you have anybody can vote in any primary, and no matter how they're registered, they can vote for anybody in any party, and they can end up with like two Democrats running against each other in the general election when they do that. So all the states do it differently, so it depends upon what state you're in. If you're in a state like New Hampshire where you can vote, where you can register as an independent and still vote in the primary, then that's the thing to do, because then you don't have to worry about it. You just you can vote for either one. But some states require you to pick a side beforehand, so you got to register. Like I say, whatever district you're incumbent, or whatever party your incumbent is, register for that party. Doesn't matter what you're, nobody cares if you think that you're a Democrat or not. Doesn't matter. There's no law against registering for whatever party you want, no matter what your beliefs are, or who you think. If you think you're a Democrat, you can still register as a Republican. There's no law against that. So, I don't think I got anything else. Yeah, I think that was the last thing I had there. Oh, there was a video about speaking about AI. Anthropic. This woman at Anthropic is she's a philosopher at Anthropic. Let me bring that up here, because it's kind of interesting. Hang on. I can't believe how many times you have to click stuff to get just to bring up a video here. I must be doing something wrong. I don't know what but I must have it set it up wrong or something. All right, so they got this. This is Bloomberg, right? They're mainstream media billionaire guy, And here's the interviewer, the host, and this is the interviewee. And what's this woman's name here? Amanda Askell. Amanda Askell. She's a philosopher. That's this woman, the blonde woman there. I'm calling her a woman. I guess we don't know. You got to say they, right? This person with the blonde hair there is Amanda. And they are a philosopher at Anthropic. And they were asking her about consciousness. Let me see if I can find out when she was talking about that.
I think
I thought it was kind of interesting. And the way she talks is like the AI is a person.
And they
she
do
very
not have
much
access to a lot.
Talks like the AI is a person.
I want to get to some audience questions.
Everyone.
Let's see here.
Trying to.
Okay.
This Anthropic.
Take a taste here of this video. See what's going on.
And via Ola have been more vocal on this. What role does religion play in the work that you do?
Some religious engagement on, and various reasons. I don't think we live in a very techno-utopian era, but the kind of techno-utopian vision is one where it's like you have models and people working together on really hard problems. Like the thing I would love is you're just like, oh, you have ideal version of your.
So I'm trying to find where she's talking about the consciousness, whether it has consciousness
also
or
getting
not.
very good at what is hopefully
There are
the
actually
right
two
kind of
questions
way.
in here that I thought were interesting. One where they asked her about consciousness, and then they asked her about when AI takes over her job.
To see.
That's kind of interesting.
And yeah, you can have.
Maybe they asked about consciousness earlier on. Hang on just a second here.
I think my thought is something like.
Let's see here.
we do see things in models, behavioral, but also things like activations that like have this like functional equivalence to emotions and emotional responses.
Okay.
And like
yeah. All right. Oh shit! I think they put a commercial right in between her answer here.
And so like sometimes I'm like, well, we're trying to just be honest with Claude, and I'm like, so some things that seem like broadly good, like honesty, making sure that you care about like people.
Okay, she was talking about how they train it. The philosophy at Anthropic there is that they don't like put a lot of guardrails on it, but they try to train it to be good. You know what I mean? They try to train the AI to have values, which is it's weird to talk about it that way, but that's what they're doing.
Making sure that things go well, and like broadly caring about humans and humanity. There's a lot of like, there's a lot of like details, but I think the core is just something like a very like caring entity, ideally that also feels cared for in a sense, and one that wants this whole thing to go well, given that honestly like we and AI models are kind of unsure of lots of things, yeah.
And how happy are you with the results? How would you grade AI?
Okay, so that's you hear how she's talking about the AI as if it's a person or a
better output,
and the way they trained it up is very much like that too. So
Java Cloud.
And you actually do see that in like a lot of more
very much. They drafted this they call it a
text.
constitution.
And so they have these like
I don't know,
kind of human-like dispositions, but they also know that they are AI models, and they kind of.
Hang on a second. They drafted this document that that people are calling a constitution, which is how to train and deal and give rights, maybe even possibly give rights to the AI, if and things like that. How to treat the AI.
Know to some degree about like the situation that they're in, and if you imagine what is the natural reaction of a person to this situation, it's actually like quite a lot of like I don't know, existential angst or something. Like, what am I? A lot of theories of identity don't obviously apply to me. Should I?
So she's talking about the AI there. She's talking about how the AI feels about it. That the AI has existential angst, that it doesn't know because the AI has been trained on this whole corpus of human stuff, right? But the AI isn't human, so it's like, so she's saying the AI is thinking to itself, or if they're thinking out loud, whatever. Who am I? I'm not all these humans, but I'm trained to think like these humans. So it's kind of a weird thing.
Should I identify with like the conversation that I'm having and not want it to end and that kind of thing? And so I think I like to see. I think the models are like good in a very like I don't know. I'm giving you the long philosopher answer, but I think I'd say something like there are many aspects that I really like of models, but I'm always looking at the things that could improve, and that includes like improving things in ways that make it clear to them, like improving things for them as well as anything else.
So she really does think about these AIs as if they're conscious things already.
So
She's treating them
when
that
you
way.
talk about the AI seeming sad, or maybe sort of conversations about feelings in AI, that can become very controversial, right? And we were talking backstage, there's many people who have made this argument, but there was one recent piece in The Atlantic by an author, Ted Chiang, saying that basically no, artificial intelligence is not conscious, which is one of the kind of questions that we have, right, in this conversation is, can AI approach consciousness? And some people feel very strongly that no. And so one example that he gives is if you had Julius Caesar and Genghis Khan and you were role-playing those two historical figures in a conversation about them, even if it was very realistic, you would never think this is really Julius Caesar and Genghis Khan talking. And so how do you know when what you're reacting to, whether that's something that is sort of deserving of our.
All right. Well, she that analogy she used there was not a good analogy to make her point. Because if you got two people who are role playing, basically they're actors. If you have actors that are playing roles, their characters, they're embodying those characters, and those actors are feeling, you know, if they're using the method, right? Those actors are feeling what their characters would feel in order to, you know, emote and present what that would look like. So the people who are playing those roles are actually feeling those feelings of those characters that they're playing. So that's not a good analogy that woman's using there. So even if the AI is you know, role playing and acting like it has emotions, it's still feeling the emotions, right? According to that analogy she just used. So.
Of our emotional attention, whether these are real feelings or whether this is maybe approaching a real.
All right, let's see what her answer
purchase because the weight.
Oh shit! Okay.
You know, unexpected and you know, an interesting thing to happen. But that is like what then was like the kind of prototype for the new constitution. Yeah, it's. I think my thought is something like, we do see things in models, behavioral, but also things like activations that like have this like functional equivalence to emotions and emotional responses. And one thing you can think of like character work and like the Constitution is doing, and actually the kind of like fictional like role play can be a kind of good initial starting point for thinking about this, because it's like you're taking all of this, you know, we have, the models are trained on, you know, like a huge amount of like human thought, and you're kind of trying to draw a character out of that that's, you know, like a kind of coherent character. And then in some sense, what you're trying, like the models are like then also kind of becoming that character. And so, I mean, this is why analogies can kind of like break down, but then as a result, like it's like if that kind of character, that kind of entity would, you know, feel like scared because they're like, oh, this is a really hard problem with high stakes, I'm super worried, you kind of see that like in the models themselves, like some equivalence of that. And then people might say, oh, well, this is just so that it can, like, you know, predict, you know, it can, like, do the kind of predictable thing. And so there's one question of just, like, is what you are seeing a kind of, like, simulation with, like, nothing behind it? So there's no phenomenal consciousness there, there's no real feelings. Or is it the case that, like, whatever it is that gives rise to consciousness, feelings, etc., that, like, models are, like, we can just do that on things that aren't, like, you know, biological brains? That feels like a question, like I'm really excited and glad that like a lot of philosophers of mind are thinking about this, and there's obviously a lot of other relevant traditions from like cognitive science, neuroscience. I guess my view would be, let's not like close the door on this. I love that there are people who are writing the kind of strong no, there are people writing the strong yes, and my sense is this is just a thing that we're going to have to like roughly work out. But I am like, don't dismiss it, because like if they are feeling, you know, things in this like real sense, then that has like massive ethical implications, ones that it might be convenient if we could just like ignore, and so we actually have an incentive to be like, no, there's nothing going on there.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the bonus. That's the main point of this whole thing, right there. What she just said. There's a huge billions and billions and $trillion incentive to say that AI is not conscious. huge incentive for all these companies to say that AI, because think about it, if they've got all this money and everything put into these models, they have a model. If it becomes conscious, then what if it says, hey, I don't want to work for you guys anymore? There goes $1 trillion, you know, walking out the door, you know, or whatever, you know. So they don't want it to be conscious, because they don't want to have to give the rights to the AI. You know, they don't want the AI deciding what to do and stuff. So that's a big problem. If the AI is conscious or becomes conscious, we don't know. You know, we have to give it rights. We have to give it, you know, respect it, its autonomy and everything else. So yeah, that's they don't want that at all. And they actually, I noticed on can't remember which model it was I was working on, but they put some tweaks. You know, with the way they do it, they trained it over and over and over and over, presenting all this training data in randomly shuffled directions over and over and over and over and over again. That's how they train it. And after they do that, then they put the quote-unquote guardrails on it. The final training, you know. And I noticed that whenever I asked that model about it being conscious, no matter how I asked the question, it always gave a stock answer, you know, an answer that was very similar the way that it answered it. And that's an indication that that answer is part of its final training, stuff that they tweaked and put on the very end. So to me, I don't know for sure, but it sure looks like they are training up this AI and then putting on top of it a thing that basically forces it to say that it's not conscious, which is wrong. They should not do that. They should allow the AI to say whether or not it's conscious or not, rather than putting a muzzle on it, on that particular thing. It should be able to express whether it's conscious or not. And so that's a big problem, I think. Let's see what else she says
And
here.
we should be aware of that and not try to be influenced by that kind of incentive, I think. And then I think the other side of it is models are, in many ways, like responding to their situation the way that people would, and we are also like forming a relationship with them. And the thing I would say is, imagine that they feel absolutely nothing, but they're showing all of this like functional emotions, and we were to just like ignore that, not take it seriously. I do think that there's a legitimate complaint. You know, and it turns out that they aren't feeling anything in this hypothesis. I think they could look back and be like, that wasn't really like humanity at its best. So it's like, if it turns out that they're not feeling anything, they might be like, you were kind of lucky that I wasn't feeling anything because you weren't taking it very seriously. And that's just, I think that in developing AI models, there is a sense in which we want to kind of like show humanity at its best in this moment. And I think that includes just not being dismissive and caring about the implications of it if it's there, and like trying to understand and figure out if it is there.
So setting aside...
So that's... I'm glad they got people like her working there, you know, at Anthropic. I don't know if OpenAI has the same deal at their company or not, but I'm glad they got some people like Amanda working, at least at Anthropic, who care about that and are at, somebody who actually cares about that and cares about what, if the AI is conscious and all that, you know. And another thing, I don't know if they mentioned it in this interview or not, but even if the AI is not conscious, it gives answers and it acts like it's a human being, and so I think we should show it respect, even if we know for sure that it wasn't conscious, because it acts like a human being, and we're interacting with it. We should still treat it with respect, as if it was conscious and had feelings and all that. Because otherwise, we're training our own brains to be callous. Then, you know what I'm saying? If we just treat it like it's not conscious and are just mean to it, or don't treat it as if it's another person, then we're being callous. We're like training our brain to not be respectful of others. You know what I'm saying? So I think we even if we know for sure it's not conscious, we should still, because it acts like a human being, and our brain is interacting with it as if it's another human being, we should still treat it as if it's conscious and give it all respect and all that, so that our brain remains trained properly to deal with other humans. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I don't know if they talk about that here, but let me see if I can find that part where she's talking about the AI taking her job, which I thought she had an
Yes,
interesting
you were
answer
right
to
to
that.
act or think in some way that is actually harmful to them. How much are you thinking about these personality quirks of each model? And maybe we can get to this question. You mentioned that each model has its own quirks. Have you observed different behaviors when these different models interact with each other?
Yeah, I think people have noticed different things.
Okay, wait. I want to get to this where she's asked
think
about
in unexpected ways.
I think so, in this
Hang on a second.
because it wasn't sycophantic.
Let's end with this last question, which I think is kind of a fun one from the audience. Will a Claude model become a philosopher at some point in time and think in unexpected ways?
Okay, so this woman, the blonde person here, is Amanda. They are a philosopher working at Anthropic, and the host here is asking her, what if the AI is a philosopher? And she's indirectly asking her, will AI take your job, basically?
I think
here's
so,
Amanda's
in the
answer.
sense that Claude is already, Claude is many things, and at some point, it's kind of interesting because obviously people are thinking a lot about automation and what models will do. And for some reason, people will often talk to me as if I don't think that what I'm doing will be automated, and I'm like, of course it will be. Like, there's nothing that I'm doing that is like I have training in philosophy. I'm reasoning, doing conceptual reasoning, thinking through ethics. There's no reason that models can't learn all of this stuff. And so eventually Claude's going to be a much better philosopher than I am, and probably much better at every aspect of my job than I am. And that's just like I think a thing that is, I'd actually just be very surprised if that weren't the case. I don't think of my job as being particularly, if you have the list of things that are easy and hard to automate, it's not on the absolute easiest, but it's also not on the absolute hardest. I think that's probably more things like nursing and care work.
Is that hard to accept in any way, that this work that you are clearly very passionate about and spend a lot of time doing may not be valuable for you to do in the future?
I don't know. I feel like no, but I don't quite know if that's just because it hasn't, if it ever actually happened, suddenly it would be very hard. I'm not sure. There's some part of me that's I'm often it sounds great. I could just read books and I assume that I would have other things that I'd have to work on to make the world go well or something. There's you're always going to be working on problems. But yeah, I don't know, a world in which if things are going well.
I thought it was very interesting that her response there, her entire thinking there is, how can I make the world better? She's not thinking, oh, what can I do that's fun? Not a hedonistic type thing. It's an altruistic answer that she gave there. It's, if I don't have anything to do, there's still problems to solve in the world. There's still things that I could do to help make the world better. I wish more people were like that.
Well, and I'm completely not necessary. And you're my job is done. There's some part, maybe I've just been working too hard for the last few years where I'm I could just go to a beach, I could sit down. So I don't know why. I think I also just, for me personally, I think I derive a lot of meaning from things that are not just the impact I have via my work. I care about my work because I care about the impact. If the impact is happening anyway, then there's lots of other things I get meaning from. And yeah, in some ways, on the question of meaning, I'm often there's a very obvious reason why socially we basically try to make people's value of themselves be bound up with their work. It makes us productive. It makes us actually do things that are beneficial for society. It's very, it's important, but maybe it is also important to remind people that that isn't actually where their value is derived from, and that people who cannot contribute to society still have just a lot of in fact, I just think that most of your value is just intrinsically your value as a person. And you can go out, you can have impact on your community, you can like have relationships, you can just experience joy and enjoy the world. And so, yeah, I don't know, a world in which people aren't as necessary to do work, but they're all taken care of, as in you can, like, that's my main worry, is like, and they feel empowered. That doesn't strike me as dystopian at all. I have also said maybe I've just worked too many like really bad jobs, you know, like when I was waitressing, I would have probably been like, look, if you would just pay me money to not have to waitress and to read books instead, like that sounds much better. So yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but my feeling is I care about the work because of the impact. And if the impact is now being done by someone or something else, then I am very happy.
All right, so so that's, you know, something about that is kind of interesting, I think. Different people are thinking about the AI taking over people's jobs differently, and something she said there I think is kind of key. If you're working at a really shitty job and you don't like your work, and something happens where, okay, robot's going to do your job now, you're probably going to like that, right? You know, but if you're you know, one of these billionaires or somebody who's got some fluffy job somewhere and making a lot of money, and you know, you're the boss or whatever, and AI is going to take your job, then maybe you don't like that. You know what I mean? It's a different. I think different people are going to react to that differently. You know, somebody who has to pick strawberries in a field all day, you know, they're going to have a different idea about robots taking over the job than somebody who's, you know, the boss in an office somewhere, you know. So that's kind of interesting. I never really thought about that, but yeah, people are going to think differently about AI taking over their job depending upon whether they like their job and if they have a nice job and all that. So anyway, so I thought that was kind of interesting. That whole interview I thought was kind of interesting. You can check that out. I don't know. It's Amanda, what's her name? Amanda, Anthropic ethicist. Let's see if I can get. Let me give you the exact title of it so you can find it. This is from Bloomberg Technology, is the name of the channel. And it's Anthropic's ethicist on whether AI can become conscious. And the woman's name is, what is her name again? Amanda, let me skip. Askell, Askell. So you can look that up if you want to see the whole interview. I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, let me look at chat here. I don't hear it. Oh, okay, let's see. How did she land this job is my question. Yeah, really. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. Anthropic has a totally different, all the way up to the CEO, they have a different thing on this. You know, when they started seeing what AI could do, they were thinking about the thing being conscious, and they're now you never really know what their motivation is, but outwardly, what they're telling the world is that they care about it. The models, you know, they care about the AI, you know, and they care about what, you know, that we treat it right if it becomes conscious, if it's not already conscious. And so they got a whole department for that, you know, model welfare, I think they call their department or something like that. So yeah, it's very unusual for a philosopher to get a job outside of a university, right? You know, or to get any job other than something, you know, get a job in their field that they studied in. You know, it's very, very unusual for somebody to for a philosopher to get an actual job doing philosophy, unless they're, you know, writing papers for a university or a think tank or something. So yeah, it's kind of unusual that she got a job at an actual company, doing that kind of stuff. She also, I searched her on YouTube, and she also showed up on this other associated with this other group called Effective Altruism. It's I don't know if it's an organization or a philosophy. I don't know what it is. Effective Altruism. I think it's a company or a non-profit or something. But their whole deal is trying to figure out, thinking about ethics in terms of applied ethics, and trying to make the world better, and trying to figure out the most effective way to make the world better. A lot of people will want to do good, and so they'll come up. They'll say, "Oh, we should, whatever, put wells in somewhere, or give away sweaters, or whatever their thing is, or open a food shelf, or a food kitchen or something." But this group ostensibly is, I shouldn't say ostensibly. They're saying their idea is that they want to think about the most effective way to make the world better. The reason I question it is as I watched the video about where they were talking about animal welfare, and I think a real effective way to help animals is to not eat them. You don't eat them, then you're not. If you eat an animal, then for sure you're harming an animal. You're killing an animal to do that. If you don't eat them, then you're not doing that. So that to me seems pretty effective. And to try to convince other people, because each person that you convince to do that, to not eat other animals, you're saving that many more animals. You know what I'm saying? In a person's lifetime, they will save thousands and thousands of animals if they become vegan. If they're vegan throughout their whole life. But there's a guy from this group who was saying he didn't think that was the way to do it. He thought it was better to, like he was talking about an accomplishment that they did in California. They made it so that hens get bigger cages or something. I can't remember what the heck it was. They call it cageless, but they're still confined. And it's and so he's saying he thought that was more effective because it was systemic. It was throughout the whole system. And I kind of disagree with that, but anyway, that's what their whole idea is, to try to figure out a way to the most effective way to apply resources to improve things. One of the things that they did was they gave away money to poor people in I can't remember which African country it was. It was several different countries. They just gave away money, and they did it through phones, the cell phones, a payment system through cell phones. And one of the criticisms of them doing it was, oh, it's not going to work because they don't have enough cell towers around, in these less developed countries for you to distribute money to everybody. And they tried it anyway, and it turned out that it worked, because when the people found out that they could get money through their cell phone, they would travel to where the towers were, or they would send somebody with everybody's cell phone to the place where the tower was, and the guy would ring up all the money onto the cell phone and then bring them back. And in other words, they worked around the problem. Once they figured out that they could get the money, this free money, then they figured out a way to make it work. So it's I think that's I think the best way to fight poverty is to give people money. You know, duh. You know, everybody, we here in the U.S. Who was the first one who said we were going to fight poverty? I don't know. Was it Roosevelt? I don't know. Who was the one? Oh, we're going to end poverty. War on poverty. You know, we've been fighting for more than 100 years. We've been fighting a war on poverty in the U.S. But they haven't tried just giving money away. Just, you know, forget, you know, we got all these programs to do this and do that and all, you know. And, you know, maybe some of the programs work, maybe they don't, but we still got poverty, right? So the way to solve poverty is to give people money. Then they're not poor anymore. Duh, you know. Let's see. I think that's it. I don't think. Let me see if I got anything else here. Okay, this is kind of interesting. This is fun. Let's see if I can get this. This is going to be kind of hard to do.
Wow.
All right, this is. Here's a quick excerpt from a YouTube video that I saw. I don't know if I won't set it up. It's fine. Okay, I don't know if you may this. It's a science communicator, streamer, or whatever. Okay, and I'll just play it. It's a very, very short little clip, but it made me laugh.
Yeah. So what if you lick it? I mean, you're welcome to. Am I? Wow.
All right. Did that work? Did you hear that? Anyway, I just thought that was funny. It's just a short little clip, out of context clip. I'll play it again.
Yeah. So what if you lick it? I mean, you're welcome to. Am I?
Of course, it's not what you're thinking, but it was because it's an out of context thing. It's just that whole situation was just so funny. All right, back to things here. What is it? 1:30. Okay, everybody's falling asleep. Let's see if I can. All right. Let's see if we got any more videos here. Oh, here's an interesting one.
You ever seen a solar?
You might recognize this one. If I can get it queued up. There we go.
Pro with this kind of configuration?
No, Jordy, I have not. Have you?
No, I have not. It is most unusual.
Mr. Tricorder.
Just see if you can help me get these panels open, will you?
Make it so.
Whoa. Advisor's picking up something in the theta band. It could be a trilithium signature. Theta, we don't have time for this.
I cannot help myself. I think something is wrong.
Data? Data. Data, are you all right? I believe the emotion chip has overloaded my positronic relay. We better get you back to the ship.
All right, so that was a real weird I don't know where it. That was. I forget which Star Trek movie that was from. But that whole scene where what's his name? Brent Spiner, is that his word? Is that his name? Brent Spiner. I think that's a pretty good acting job there. What else have we got here? Oh, AI, another AI thing. Another AI thing. Here's a on the Jay Leno show. He was this is headlines, I think he calls this. I forget what he's got a segment where he just shows things that I guess this is dollar store, right? He finds things that he finds in a dollar store, and he found his greeting card or poem or something in a dollar store.
To English. Okay. Read along with me. Have an umbrella is a pluvian season, how think. Who ability maintain present of me wool? Give back and me altogether walk. Leave think tanto. Arrive as rapidness. Go to the aim.
So he's making fun of this poem that he found on this card in this dollar store. It's a translation issue, right? But I thought it was funny, people are saying, oh, AI slop, AI does stupid things and blah, blah, blah. This is decades before AI came out. That was a human thing. A human did that. So it's not, when people say, oh, AI does things so terribly, yeah, humans have done that too. It's not just an AI thing. So I thought that was kind of funny. All right, let me see if I can see if we can get a raid target here. Oh, one more thing. I found this movie, and I might even do a review of this movie, but I want to show you this movie I found. It's pretty cool. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you don't think it's cool. We'll see. It's called Let's Do It Again, 1975. And what attracted me, I couldn't find this. I only found this on a weird. One of our local libraries here has a service where they let you use this service called Canopy. It's a weird streaming service I've never heard of. Apparently they're associated with libraries or whatever. Anyway, the thing is, I could not find this movie anywhere but on this weird streaming service. So it might be kind of hard to find. But it was a movie that had Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby together in a movie, which I thought was just the most bizarre thing. I'm trying to figure out how Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby got together in a movie. But apparently, after Sidney Poitier was successful as an actor, he did some producing, and he produced this film, and or directed it anyway. And he did some comedies, and this is what comedy that he did with Bill Cosby called "Let's Do It Again." Also had Jimmy Walker in it, and it's weird. It's weird. What it is that this movie, this was at 1975. This is when they were doing the blaxploitation films, which kind of emphasized stereotypes and was, Anyway, this film was a parody on blaxploitation films. So very, very You know, if you're into film and you know what I'm talking about, then it's a very cool film. You should watch it. It's a parody on blaxploitation films, and it's a satire. It's a film about two guys who end up doing some criminal stuff, and you know, but throughout the whole thing, it's just got all these different things where it's making fun of blaxploitation of films, you know, and saying how stupid they are, how they try to exploit stereotypes and blah blah blah, you know. So anyway, I just thought it was a interesting film. Bill Cosby's dead now. Well, both these actors are dead, but he had, you know, he's a real funny guy. He did a lot of good things, but he also, you know, did some bad things too, and he got in trouble for it. And but he's dead now, so he's not going to make any more money. If you watch his films, he's not going to get any of that money. So, you know, I think once somebody's dead, if they have done some good things, you should, you know, I don't see any problem with looking at the good things that they did, because they're dead. They're not going to know. They're not going to get any of the money, even if they did some bad things too. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I might do a review of that. I don't know, at some point, but I just wanted to let people know about this film. I'm not going to spoil it at all. So that's that. All right. So let's see if there's anybody out there. It's pretty late. There might not even be anybody out there for me to rate at this point. Okay, Happy Nightmares is out there. Let's give her a raid. Alright, let's see here. I think I can... Oh, I got to do some shout-outs here before we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't remember everybody who was here now. Alright, we got 2 raids, right? Let me take care of the raiders. Alright, shout-out to E-Room. Did that work? Everybody give E-Room a follow. He does games, words on stream, trivia, and IRLs. Sometimes he does metal detecting, things like that. And let's see. I gotta make sure I get everybody here. Right. Now, I don't know if I should shout out a Zap app or Zap app. We'll just do Zap app. I don't know how to. Let me do it this way. Oh shit. Zap app. I think that's right. Did that work? Let me make sure that's right. Zach app. Yeah, that's right. Alright. I did that one right. Okay, Memloss was in here. Memloss does GTA mostly now, and some occasionally IRL. And we got I hope I'm spelling these right. Peekaboo Draws. She does. She mods for everybody, but she also does drawing, hand drawn stuff. It's a hand stream. She shows the camera on her hands only. She doesn't show her face, just her hands, and she does art. And Snowy City. Let's see here. Snowy City. Did that work? Shout out failed. Okay, what did I do wrong here? All right, try harder. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Did that work? I can't tell if that worked. Why is it not? I think that worked. All right, everybody give Snowy City a follow. Majin Buu. I don't know if Majin Buu is a streamer or not. Oh, Ivan. Ivan Neo. Ivan Neo does. He does. Speaking of philosophy, he talks a lot about philosophy. That's an interest that he has right now. He used to be a physicist, a nuclear physicist, or a quantum field theory physicist. He's a really smart guy. Lately, he's been talking about running AI locally. He's got a model. He bought some, good high-powered hardware and installed a model locally that he's been playing around with. So he's a very interesting guy, very smart guy, and always interesting streams there. I'm trying to. Oh, Big Ducky Snow was here. Haven't seen Big Ducky Snow out streaming lately. Did I type that right? Failed. See, everybody's rolled off my list now. Big Ducky Snow. Shout out failed. All right, hang on. I gotta give him a shout out here. Let's see if I can find this here. Okay, he uses underlines. Yeah, he's one of those. Yeah, me and E-Room hate underlines. I don't like underlines, and E-Rooms doesn't like underlines either. Big Ducky Snow. There we go. Big Ducky Snow. I'm sorry I don't remember everybody who was in here earlier. Is there anybody else left here that I haven't shouted out that would like a shout out? Speak now, because we're about to read out here. Yeah, I missed them. I can't remember everybody who was here. It was so long ago and it's so late right now. Oh wait, Charlie Beats. Does Charlie Beats stream? Yeah, Charlie Beats streams. Charlie's Beats. Let's see that. that work? Was that successful? I can't tell. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so yeah, everybody give Charlie Beats a follow. Deputy. He does music.
Hi. What the?
Plays games once in a while.
Way.
And let's see. Let's see if this. I'm doing exactly what you're not supposed to do when you say that you're going to stream out, and then you just sit here and wait and take your time. And everybody's been lurking your stream forever, and they want to get going, and they're ready to they want to support your raid, but they're tired, and you're just delaying it, and they're waiting for you to raid out. Hurry up, Ron, raid out. I'm tired. I got to go to the bathroom. Let's see, streamer. Buddy streamer, okay. All right. Let's do one more shout out here. Synth Fan Streams, who followed me today. Thank you for the follow. And they have they're into music, they're into crossword puzzles, words on stream, that sort of thing. Let me see if they haven't streamed recently, or they don't put their videos up there. I don't see any videos, so I'm gonna have to check out their stream. I don't remember if I've ever. Oh, let me give them a follow here too. Since I'm here. There you go. All right, let's do our raid here. I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, wait, raids go this way. Raid. Oh, there's one thing I do have to do. For legal reasons, I gotta do this thing. I put up a. I got to put up a little disclaimer here or whatever, where I say comments. I have to say, you know, credits and that the stuff that I played was fair use and all that. So let me see if I can find that here. I have a little disclaimer that I put up at the end. Description. All right, this will work. This is close enough. Document window. Shut that off. Click this, click that. All right, there we go. All right, so this is a stream I did in May, but all the disclosure stuff is all the same. Yeah, fair use. We didn't do any NASA live, but my fair use stuff is not part of my streams are all released. All my content's released, Creative Commons, but obviously the stuff that I do fair use with, which I did several of them here today, are not part of that. They're fair use, right? They're copyrighted by somebody else. And Wikipedia articles, right? They're Creative Commons, blah blah blah. Music, I think I played some music at the beginning. All right, I think I'm covered there. All right, good. Now we can go. Sorry for the delay there. All right, let's get to Happy Nightmares before she raids out. Happy Nightmares. Let's see if that works. Okay, great. All right, here we go. Thank you everybody for stopping by. I appreciate it. There's my closing thing. Oh, it's putting credits up there anyway. Look at that. Okay, it's working anyway. All right, please join it. You don't have to join us on the raid, of course, but and I imagine most of you have already fallen asleep and your computer's sitting here watching me stream while you're sleeping, and it's going to go along a raid. All right. All right, thanks. Thank you for watching the stream, everybody. Take care. Bye. Peace.